Listen closely. This is not an accident, not a coincidence, not a random scroll through a feed. Heaven has paused everything else to deliver this word to you. You stand at the beginning of a test. And I tell you plainly, this is not punishment. This is refinement. The fire you feel around you is not here to consume you, but to purify you. Do not confuse delay with denial, nor hardship with abandonment. You are being weighed, measured, and strengthened for what only the chosen can carry. God does not test the ordinary in this way. He tests the ones marked for destiny, the ones he intends to elevate, the ones he entrusts with the inheritance of nations. And you, yes, you are among them. That is why life has felt heavier than most. That is why others seem to move with ease while you walk a road of constant trials. The truth is simple. Greater weight requires stronger foundations. Every sleepless night you endured, every tear you cried in secret, every rejection you suffered, every misunderstanding you swallowed, it was never wasted. Heaven kept record of it all. You have been sifted like wheat, shaken but not destroyed, pressed but not crushed. This is the test before the breakthrough, the furnace before the gold, the cocoon before the butterfly's wings. The prophets of old understood this mystery. It is written in the book of Isaiah, chapter 40, verse 31. But those who hope in the Lord will renew their strength. They will soar like eagles, run and not grow weary. Hear that. Chosen one, this testing is not the end of you. It is the wind beneath your wings, preparing you to soar into heights unimaginable. Do not despise the testing season. Do not curse the silence. Do not assume heaven has forgotten you. The silence is not rejection, it is calibration. The waiting is not punishment, it is preparation. The stripping is not cruelty, it is mercy. For what God is about to place in your hands must not be wasted on pride, vanity, or reckless ambition. You are being trained for millionaire stewardship, for kingdom wealth, for influence that stretches beyond your name into generations yet unborn. This is why everything around you has been shaken. People you thought would walk with you vanished. Opportunities you thought were certain collapsed. The road you thought was secure crumbled beneath your feet. And yet, you are still here, still breathing, still standing, still chosen. That is proof enough that heaven has not abandoned you, it has only been building you. The divine test you walk through now is the doorway to your millionaire breakthrough. Do not mistake the hallway for the destination. The pain you feel is labor pain, not death throes. A new chapter is crowning, but before it can be delivered, you must pass through the pressure. Diamonds are not formed in comfort. Oil does not flow without pressing. Glory does not arrive without a cross. Look back at your life. Chosen one, how many times did you think it was over? Yet God lifted you up. How many storms did you think would drown you? Yet you walked out dry. How many betrayals cut deep? Yet you healed stronger. Do you not see the pattern? God has always been with you, shaping you, molding you, crafting you like a master sculptor. And now, as the chisel strikes again, you are being refined into a vessel fit for wealth, influence, and kingdom authority. Do not fear the fire. Embrace it. For the fire is not against you, it is for you. It is burning away what cannot follow you into abundance. The fears, the doubts, the insecurities. The small-mindedness, all of it must go. Because millionaire blessing is not just about numbers in an account. It is about carrying divine responsibility. Wealth is a mantle, and God tests his chosen before he lays it upon them. Chosen one. The enemy knows what you are about to inherit, and that is why the warfare around you has intensified. Darkness has whispered lies to you, telling you to quit, to surrender, to believe that this struggle is meaningless. But you must silence those voices. Remember, the presence of resistance is the greatest proof of coming breakthrough. Nobody fights what isn't a threat. And you are a threat to darkness. Hold on. Stay steady. Do not run from the process. Do not trade your crown for comfort. Do not exchange eternal inheritance for temporary relief. This trial is short compared to the glory that follows. The kingdom breakthrough awaiting you is beyond imagination. And when it comes, you will look back at this fire with gratitude, not regret. Lift your head now. Chosen one, wipe the tears from your eyes. Straighten your shoulders. This is your moment of testing, but it is also your moment of rising. The Lord himself has chosen you for millionaire stewardship. And after this trial, the doors of heaven will open wide before you. If this word speaks to you, do not leave it silent. Let your agreement be known in heaven and on earth. Like, share, and comment below as a prophetic act of faith. Type the number 777 inches, the comments, because it is the number of divine completion and heavenly covenant. And if you have not yet subscribed, subscribe now so you never miss the words meant to carry you into destiny. This is your confirmation, your instruction, your reminder. You are tested, but you are chosen, chosen one. The hand of God has been upon you in ways you have not always recognized. The very moments that felt like loss, the events that appeared as setbacks, the relationships that dissolved without warning, these were not random, these were not accidents. These were orchestrations of heaven, the hidden hand of God moving pieces into place, removing what could not remain, aligning what must be aligned. You may have asked yourself, why did I have to lose that opportunity? Why did that person walk away? Why was the door slammed shut in my face when I was ready and willing to walk through it? But heaven answers, it was not rejection, it was redirection. It was not subtraction, it was preparation. When you lose something you thought you needed, it is often because heaven knows it would have poisoned your destiny. That job that slipped through your fingers may have seemed like stability, but it would have shackled your potential. That relationship that crumbled may have looked like love, but it would have drained your purpose. That deal that fell apart may have seemed like success, but it would have locked you out of millionaire destiny. The hidden hand of God is at work in what you do not see. You measure life by the visible, the contracts, the relationships, the bank account, the opportunities, but God, in his wisdom, measures by the invisible the purity of your heart, the alignment of your spirit, the weight of your calling. You think in terms of now, he thinks in terms of eternity. Chosen one, pause and consider. How many times have you cried over something you lost, only to discover later that it was for your good? How many times did you beg for God to let someone stay, but later thanked him for letting them go? How many times did you feel disappointed, yet when you looked back, you saw protection written all over it? That is the hidden hand of God working silently, invisibly. carefully to position you for abundance you cannot yet comprehend. This is why you cannot afford to live by sight alone. Sight tells you what appears true. Faith tells you what is eternally true. Sight sees the closed door. Faith sees the better door that is not yet visible. Sight mourns what is lost. Faith rejoices for what is preserved. Sight fears the unknown. Faith rests in the known goodness of God. The ancient texts speak with clarity on this matter. According to what is revealed in the book of Proverbs, chapter 3, verse 6, "In all your ways acknowledge him, and he shall direct your paths." Chosen one, your task is not to understand every detail, but to trust the hidden hand that directs you. The invisible hand is more reliable than any visible guarantee. Let us go deeper. Imagine a master weaver creating a tapestry. From the backside, the threads look tangled, messy, and without order. Knots twist in every direction. Colors clash in what appears to be chaos. That is how your life feels at times, uncoordinated, senseless, frustrating. But from the front side, the side the weaver sees, a breathtaking pattern emerges, each thread placed with intention, each knot securing beauty, each color balancing the whole. That is what the hidden hand of God is doing with you. From your side, chaos. From his side, masterpiece. Chosen one, you must stop calling divine positioning a disaster. You must stop labeling heaven's pruning as punishment. You must stop mourning every loss as if it were death. Some things have to die so that your millionaire breakthrough can live. Some doors have to close so that the gate of inheritance can swing open. Some relationships must end so that covenant ones can begin. You are being positioned, not punished. You are being prepared, not forgotten. Every no you have faced is the soil where your yes will flourish. Every delay is the womb where acceleration is being nurtured. Every loss is the pruning that will multiply your harvest. Think of Joseph, thrown into a pit by his brothers, sold as a slave, falsely accused, imprisoned for years. To the human eye, it looked like disaster after disaster, but the hidden hand of God was at work, using betrayal to bring him before Pharaoh, using prison to position him for palace authority, the loss of family approval, the stripping of his robe, the chains on his wrists. All of it was divine alignment for millionaire rulership in Egypt. If Joseph had escaped the pit, he would never have reached the palace. If you escape the test, you forfeit the throne. The hand of God often offends logic. It does not consult your comfort. It does not bow to your timeline. It does not bend to your preferences. It operates in divine precision, moving you like a chess piece into positions you could never reach by yourself. And when you resist, you prolong the process. When you surrender, you accelerate it. Chosen one, it is time to reinterpret your losses. That betrayal you suffered was not the end of your story. It was the beginning of your separation for greatness. That closed door you mourn was not rejection. It was God saying, "I have better." That season of lack you endured was not evidence of abandonment. It was proof that you were being stripped of reliance on man, so you could rely fully on God. You stand now at the edge of millionaire destiny, not because life has been smooth, but because the hidden hand of God has carried you through every rough place. You are proof that survival is possible when the odds are against you. You are evidence that providence outweighs circumstance. You are the testimony that unseen favor is more powerful than visible rejection. Lift your eyes from the visible to the invisible. See beyond what you lost and discern what you are being given. Trust the process you do not understand, because it is the very process that will crown you. The hidden hand of God is not your enemy. It is your greatest ally. And though you may not yet see the full picture, heaven is smiling over you, saying, "Just wait. You will understand soon. Chosen one, breathe." The losses were not random. The stripping was not cruel. The hidden hand has been guiding you all along. Soon, what you could not comprehend will make sense. The millionaire breakthrough is not far away, and when it arrives, you will testify that even the pain was part of the plan. Chosen one, you have walked into a season of silence, where heaven seems quiet and answers appear delayed. This is the valley of silence, the place where your prayers feel like they are bouncing off the ceiling, where you speak but hear no reply, where you knock but the door does not immediately open. It is here that faith is measured not by what you hear, but by how you stand when you hear nothing. Silence has always been the testing ground of the chosen. Moses waited in silence for 40 years in the desert before God sent him back to Egypt. David sat in silence in the wilderness while Saul hunted him, long before he wore the crown of Israel. Even Jesus endured silence in Gethsemane, sweating drops of blood while heaven seemed still. Silence is not absence. Silence is assessment. It is God measuring the depth of your trust. You see, when heaven speaks loudly, it is easy to obey. When the path is lit, it is easy to walk. When the provision is visible, it is easy to believe. But when the voice quiets, when the way is dark, when the provision is hidden, then, chosen one, the real test begins. Will you still believe when nothing makes sense? Will you still trust when nothing is moving? Will you still worship when nothing seems to change? Silence feels cruel, but it is sacred. It strips away the props of external confirmation. It forces you to rely on what God already spoke. Rather than demanding fresh signs at every turn, it pulls you deeper into the core of faith, where trust is anchored not in emotions but in conviction. Heaven's silence is not the withdrawal of love, it is the invitation to maturity. We are reminded through the writings of David in the Psalms. Chapter 27, verse 14, "Wait for the Lord, be strong and take heart and wait for the Lord." Chosen one. Notice how the psalmist repeats the command to wait. Waiting is not weakness. Waiting is warfare. Waiting is not passive. Waiting is powerful. Waiting does not mean nothing is happening. It means everything is happening behind the scenes. Think of a seed buried in soil. To the eye, it appears nothing is happening. Days pass, weeks pass, sometimes months, and still the soil looks unchanged. But beneath the surface, roots are spreading, strength is forming, potential is activating. Then suddenly, a sprout emerges, and everyone sees what was hidden all along. That is the valley of silence you feel buried. But in truth, you are being rooted for growth. Chosen one, do not confuse buried with forgotten. You are planted, not abandoned. You are hidden, not dismissed. Heaven hides what it values most until the appointed time. Gold is hidden deep in the earth. Pearls are hidden within shells. Diamonds are hidden within rock. And chosen ones are hidden within silence until their millionaire breakthrough bursts forth. In this valley of silence, the enemy whispers, lies, God has left you. God has forgotten you. Nothing will change. But do not believe the whispers. If God truly abandoned you, you would not even feel the tension of silence. Silence itself is proof that God is still holding you. He is simply training your ear to trust without constant noise. Remember, this silence is never the end. Silence is the pause before the answer. Silence is the night before the sunrise. Silence is the cocoon before the butterfly. And when the silence breaks, it will not be with a whisper, it will be with a roar. A breakthrough. A millionaire blessing that floods your life like a rushing river. Chosen one. You are not in silence because you failed. You are in silence because you are trusted. Heaven does not waste silence on the unchosen. Silence is reserved for those who are being prepared to steward glory. You are one of them. This valley is not punishment, it is promotion disguised. So, here is your prophetic action. Comment these words below. I hear you. Why? Because by declaring it, you are saying to heaven, even in silence, I recognize your presence. Even when I do not see the answer, I choose to trust. Even when my ears cannot hear, my heart still listens. This simple declaration is a weapon. It silences the lies of the enemy, and it activates your faith to stand firm in the waiting. When you type, I hear you, you are testifying that the silence has not broken you. You are proving that your spirit is tuned to the frequency of heaven. Even when your natural senses are confused, you are announcing that you trust the hidden hand of God, that you believe the millionaire breakthrough is not a question of if, but when. Chosen one. This valley of silence is not forever. It has an expiration date. It will end. And when it ends, the very silence that once tormented you will make the sound of breakthrough sweeter. You will say, it was good for me to wait, because the answer came bigger than I imagined. So stand tall in this valley. Lift your head, though heaven seems quiet. Strengthen your heart, though no fresh word arrives today. Trust the God who has never failed you, and never will. Soon the silence will break. The doors will open, and you will step into abundance that matches the weight of your waiting. Chosen one. Rejection has marked your journey, and at times it has cut deeper than any sword. You have felt the sting of people turning their backs on you, the ache of doors shutting in your face, the heaviness of being overlooked when you knew you carried greatness within you. But hear me clearly, rejection is not the end of your story, it is the beginning of your elevation. Every no you have received has been a divine redirection toward a greater yes. Rejection is often heaven's protection. That person who walked away may have been necessary for your survival, but not for your destiny. That opportunity that collapsed may have seemed promising, but it would have imprisoned your growth. That community that pushed you out may have offered comfort, but it would have hindered your calling. You are not less because you were rejected. You are more because rejection revealed your uniqueness. The chosen cannot blend in. You were never meant to fit into every room, every circle, every opportunity. Your spirit carries a frequency that disturbs those who live in darkness or mediocrity. Your light exposes what others would rather keep hidden. And because of this, rejection has followed you, not because you are worthless, but because you are priceless. The Word of God declares in the book of Psalms, chapter 118, Verse 22, the stone the builders rejected has become the cornerstone. Chosen one. Meditate on this. The very stone they discarded became the foundation of everything. The one overlooked became the essential one. What they cast aside, God exalted. This is your story. What people rejected in you, heaven is about to elevate in you. Consider Joseph once more betrayed by his brothers, thrown into a pit, sold into slavery, and falsely accused, rejected by his own family, rejected by systems of power, rejected by people he served faithfully. Yet each rejection was not destruction, it was direction. Every betrayal pushed him closer to the palace. Every lie moved him closer to influence. Every rejection was secretly an invitation into rulership. Look also at David. He was not even invited to the lineup when Samuel came to anoint a king. His own father overlooked him, as though he had no potential. Yet the anointing oil refused to flow until David arrived. The one rejected in obscurity was chosen for royalty. The same God who lifted David will lift you. Chosen one. Rejection does not reduce your value, it reveals it. A counterfeit note is never rejected, because it carries no real power. Only authentic currency is scrutinized. Likewise, only the chosen are rejected with intensity, because the enemy senses the weight of their calling. The enemy hopes rejection will break you. Heaven knows rejection will shape you. You have to shift your perspective. Instead of asking, "Why did they reject me?" begin declaring, "Thank you, Lord, for redirecting me." Instead of lamenting over doors that closed, begin to praise for doors that were never meant for you. Instead of grieving over those who left, begin to bless God for those he removed. Rejection feels painful, but it is proof you are being sculpted for something greater than your environment could handle. Understand, this rejection is preparation for wealth. Why? Because the weight of a millionaire breakthrough requires the resilience of one who is no longer defined by the approval of others. If you cannot survive rejection, you will be enslaved by the praise of men. And praise can be more dangerous than rejection. But when you have been tested by rejection, you learn to stand anchored in God alone. That is the kind of vessel he can trust with abundance. Chosen one. Your spirit is being strengthened. Every rejection has made you more unshakable. Every betrayal has made you more discerning. Every overlooked moment has trained you to find worth in God, not in the applause of people. And now, you are nearly ready to step into influence that no human hand can deny. Think of Jesus himself, the ultimate chosen one. He was despised and rejected by men. Yet that very rejection fulfilled prophecy and opened the way to salvation. If the Son of God was rejected, how much more should we, his chosen, expect rejection? But just as his rejection led to resurrection, your rejection will lead to elevation. So, chosen one, do not let the memory of rejection weigh you down. Let it lift you. Do not dwell on the why of people's choices. Dwell on the what of God's plan. The truth is simple. Not everyone can handle the glory you carry. Not everyone can walk the path you walk. Not everyone can access the abundance prepared for you. Their rejection is heaven's way of ensuring that when your millionaire breakthrough comes, no one else can take credit but God. Hold this truth close every time someone rejected you. Heaven was whispering, "I have better." When they closed the door, heaven opened a gate. When they pushed you aside, heaven drew you closer. When they dismissed your worth, heaven declared your destiny. You were never at the mercy of people's approval. You were always in the grip of God's purpose. This is why you must bless those who rejected you. They thought they were diminishing you, but they were actually propelling you. They thought they were pushing you down, but they were pushing you forward. They thought they were breaking you, but they were building you. Their rejection was heaven's redirection, and you are about to see the fruit of it. Chosen one, lift your head high. You are not a victim of rejection. You are the cornerstone that others failed to recognize. Soon, those who overlooked you will witness your elevation. Soon, those who doubted you will marvel at your breakthrough. Soon, those who rejected you will realize that their dismissal was the stage for your unveiling. The weight of rejection you have carried is the very evidence that millionaire destiny is on your horizon. For only those who have been rejected deeply can be trusted to carry wealth humbly. Only those who have known pain can steward abundance with compassion. Only those who have been broken can handle breakthrough without arrogance. Chosen one, remember, rejection is not the end. It is the sign that your beginning is near. And when the breakthrough arrives, you will stand as living proof that the stone rejected by men has become the cornerstone in the hands of God. Chosen one, now you have seen the truth. Every test, every silence, every rejection has been building something in you that cannot be shaken. But there is another layer of this refining journey, the testing of motives. It is not enough to be strong in battle. You must also be pure in intention. Wealth without purity is a snare. Success without surrender is a curse. Influence without humility becomes destruction. And so, God examines your heart not to shame you, but to ensure that when millionaire blessing comes, it does not destroy you. Many desire wealth for status, but few seek it for service. Many crave influence for self-glory, but few pursue it for kingdom impact. The chosen ones are not tested to see if they can handle riches. They are tested to see if riches can handle them. This is the deeper trial of your life right now. God is asking, do you desire me more than what I give? Will you still serve me if the promise tarries? Will you remain faithful if the abundance delays? It is easy to say yes with words. It is harder to live yes with your life. Every time you choose to obey, even when it costs you. Every time you give when you have little. Every time you worship, even when weary. You are passing the heart test. You are declaring that your loyalty is not to money, but to the one who provides it. The apostle reminds us in his letter to the Corinthians, chapter 4, verse 5, he will bring to light what is hidden in darkness and will expose the motives of the heart. At that time, each will receive their praise from God. Notice, chosen one, that God does not just reward actions, he examines motives. He weighs not just what you do, but why you do it. And when your motives are purified, the doors of heaven open wide. This is why certain opportunities slipped away from you. It wasn't because you were unworthy. It was because your heart was still in training. God refuses to let his chosen fall into traps that look like blessings. If he allowed you to receive wealth too soon, it might have become your idol. If he let you ascend too quickly, pride might have consumed you. But because you are chosen, he loves you enough to withhold until you are ready. Chosen one, do not despise the withholding. It is the protection of heaven. Your motives are being refined like gold in fire. And as you endure this testing, a greater purity is emerging in you. When the millionaire breakthrough arrives, your heart will not boast in self, it will boast in God. Your influence will not build a monument to ego, it will build a kingdom legacy. Pause and reflect. Why do you desire abundance? Is it for the applause of men or the advancement of the kingdom? Is it to flaunt what you have or to bless those who have none? Is it to exalt your name or to magnify His? These questions are not meant to condemn, but to free you. When your heart aligns with heaven's motives, nothing on earth can block your breakthrough. Beloved, chosen one, I sense this deeply. The season of heart testing is almost complete. You have wept. You have wrestled. You have waited. And heaven is smiling over your perseverance. The very areas where you once struggled with motive are now becoming areas of mastery. You no longer crave wealth for validation. You crave it for assignment. You no longer long for influence to heal your wounds. You long for it to heal the world's wounds. This is why your time is near. Now, I want to speak to you from my heart. If this message has been piercing you, shaping you, confirming what you already felt deep inside, I invite you to stay connected. This journey we are on together is not a single moment, it is a divine unfolding. And I do not want you to miss any step. If you feel the Spirit nudging you, like, share, and subscribe, not as a casual gesture, but as an act of agreement with heaven's work in your life. Each action is a declaration. I am part of this movement. I am aligned with this word. I choose to walk in my calling. Sharing allows others who are silently struggling in the same tests to discover that they, too, are chosen. Liking lets the message echo further, reaching those who might give up without this reminder. Subscribing keeps you anchored in this flow of prophetic direction, so you never walk blind in a season where clarity is crucial. These are not empty clicks, they are prophetic actions. They are outward signs of inward agreement. Chosen one, the hidden hand of God has guided you here. Not just to listen, but to engage. Your heart is being prepared for a wealth that will touch generations. And part of that preparation is staying close to words that fuel your spirit, remind you of your destiny, and call you back when distractions try to pull you away. That is why I encourage you. With sincerity and love, do not just pass through this message. Plant yourself. Stay connected. Walk this journey fully awake. Your motives are being purified right now. Every selfish desire is being burned away. Every false reason is being exposed. And in its place, a holy passion is rising, a passion for God's kingdom, for justice, for mercy, for legacy. This is what will unlock your millionaire breakthrough. Because wealth with wrong motives collapses, but wealth with pure motives multiplies. Chosen one, breathe in this truth. God is not withholding from you. He is protecting you. He is ensuring that when the blessing comes, you will be ready to carry it, not be crushed by it. He is ensuring that when influence arrives, you will use it to heal, not to harm. He is ensuring that when abundance flows, you will steward it as a river for others, not a pond for yourself. This is why the test matters so much. Soon, the test will shift. Soon, the motives refined in secret will produce reward in public. Soon, the millionaires rising from the ranks of the chosen will be those who endured this very trial with patience and surrender. And you, chosen one, are among them. So lift your hands and your heart. Let heaven see that your motives are pure. Your spirit is ready. your loyalty is unshakable. For what is about to come will not be small. It will be a breakthrough that transforms your life and the lives of many. And when it comes, you will testify. The testing was worth it, because the blessing is beyond it. Chosen one. Hear me now. The waiting season is the hardest test of all. When you see others running ahead while you stand still. When opportunities pass by and you feel unseen. When the promise seems delayed, though your heart is ready, that is when doubt creeps in. But do not mistake waiting for forgetting. Delay is not denial. Delay is the divine evidence that you are chosen. For God does not let His precious ones move too soon. Waiting is a language of heaven. It is not wasted time, it is sacred time. Seeds must remain in the soil before they bloom. Babies must remain in the womb before they live. Visions must remain in silence before they manifest. If you rush the process, you kill the promise. But if you endure the delay, the fullness of blessing will overflow. Chosen one, you must understand heaven's timing is perfect. You may feel ready, but God sees the whole picture. He knows the enemies still circling, the traps still waiting, the people who are not yet in place to support your breakthrough. He holds back not to hurt you, but to shield you. You are delayed because you are precious. You are delayed because you are destined. You are delayed because the promise is too big to be rushed. Heaven speaks clearly through the words in Deuteronomy, chapter 31, verse 8. The Lord Himself goes before you and will be with you. He will never leave you nor forsake you. Do not be afraid. Do not be discouraged. Chosen one. This scripture is your anchor. God has not forgotten you in this delay. He is already ahead of you, preparing the ground for your millionaire inheritance. Look at Abraham. He waited 25 years for the promise of Isaac. Look at Joseph. He waited over a decade in slavery and prison before the palace opened. Look at Hannah. She waited in tears for a child until Samuel came forth. Waiting is the common thread among the chosen. If you are waiting, you are in good company. Waiting is proof of calling, not evidence of neglect. The enemy will whisper during the delay, "Give up. God has forgotten. It's too late. You missed it." But those whispers are lies designed to rob you of your crown. If the delay were meaningless, the enemy would not fight so hard to make you quit. The very intensity of warfare around you reveals how close you are to breakthrough. Chosen one, you must transform how you see the waiting. This is not wasted time. This is warrior training. In the waiting, your faith muscles are strengthened. In the waiting, your discernment sharpens. In the waiting, your heart is purified of impatience and pride. In the waiting, you learn to love the giver more than the gift. And when the gift comes, you will handle it with gratitude and wisdom. Think of an arrow. Before it flies, it must be pulled back. The further it is drawn back, the greater its launch. That is what God is doing with you. This delay is the pullback. It may feel like you are going backward, like you are stuck, like you are restrained. But heaven is positioning you for acceleration. When He releases you, the speed will astonish you. What looked delayed will suddenly be delivered. Chosen one, I sense that your waiting is nearly complete. The testing of delay has refined you. The patience you did not have before, you now carry. The humility that wealth requires has been planted in you. The clarity of purpose is alive in you. You are no longer chasing the blessing for yourself. You are waiting to steward it for the kingdom. That is why heaven can now trust you. Do not curse the delay. Bless it. Declare over yourself, this delay is shaping me. This delay is proving me. This delay is preparing me. For soon, you will look back and say, it was good that I waited, because the breakthrough came at the perfect time. Now, chosen one, as a prophetic act, I call you to write in the comments 888. Why this number? Because it symbolizes new beginnings and overflowing abundance. By typing it, you are declaring my delay is ending, and my new season is beginning. I step into covenant with heaven's timing. I align myself with God's perfect plan. This is not just a number, it is a declaration of faith that your waiting will not be in vain. When you write 888, you are also planting a seed of agreement in the unseen realm. It tells the darkness that you refuse to quit. It tells heaven that you are ready to receive. It tells your own spirit that you will not faint, but you will endure until the fullness comes. And in that agreement, power is released. Chosen one, hold on. The waiting is nearly over. Do not despise these last moments. They are the final strokes on the masterpiece of your destiny. Soon, the canvas will be revealed, and what once looked like delay will be seen as design. Remember, the most precious diamonds take the longest to form. The most beautiful harvests take the longest to ripen. The most powerful breakthroughs take the longest to arrive. And you, chosen one, are about to step into one of the greatest shifts of your life. The millionaire breakthrough is near. Trust the delay. Endure the wait. Heaven is already moving ahead of you. Chosen one, you have endured storms that others could not survive. Tempests have raged around your life, financial struggles, broken relationships, betrayal, sickness, spiritual warfare, and yet you are still standing. This is not by chance. It is by design. Storms are not random interruptions, they are divine revelations. They reveal what is fragile and what is unshakable. They expose what is built on sand and what is rooted in rock. Your storms have not been punishments, they have been trainings. Each wave that crashed against you was allowed so you could discover the strength God placed within you. Each wind that howled in your face was permitted so you could learn how to anchor yourself in faith. You thought the storm was sent to drown you, but in truth, the storm was sent to crown you. Consider this: anyone can praise God in sunshine. Anyone can stand tall when the winds are calm, but only the chosen can praise through thunder, trust through lightning, and endure through floods. This is why your storms have been intense, because your calling is intense. To carry the mantle of millionaire stewardship, you must first prove you can remain steadfast when all else collapses. The voice of God thundered in the book of Exodus, chapter 14, verse 14. The Lord will fight for you. You need only to be still. This word carries weight for you today. The storms around you were never yours to conquer in your own strength. They were divine opportunities to witness God's strength on your behalf. Every time you stood still in faith while chaos swirled, you invited heaven's army to battle for you, and heaven has never lost a war. Think back to the storms you have survived. Some nearly broke you. Some nearly crushed your hope. Some nearly made you walk away from everything. But somehow, here you are still breathing, still believing, still chosen. That survival is not ordinary, it is extraordinary. You are walking proof that storms reveal strength you never knew you had. Storms also serve another purpose. They clear the atmosphere. After a violent rain, the air feels cleaner, fresher, lighter. In the same way, storms in your life sweep away what does not belong. People who were only attached for convenience often flee when the winds rise. False opportunities collapse when the ground shakes. Fragile illusions shatter under pressure. What remains after the storm is what was truly meant for you. Chosen one. I know the storm has been heavy. You may have cried yourself to sleep, begged for relief, and wondered if God heard you. But storms are not signs of abandonment, they are signs of preparation. Do you not remember how Jesus calmed the storm on the sea with a single word? He was not alarmed by the storm, because storms are subject to his authority. And if he is in you, then the storm cannot destroy you, it can only develop you. The enemy often miscalculates during storms. He assumes the shaking will make you walk away from God. He believes the waves will overwhelm you and drown your faith. He expects the lightning will blind you. But each time you endure, each time you keep standing, each time you lift your eyes toward heaven, you prove the enemy wrong. You show that storms cannot silence a chosen one. Do not fear the memory of past storms. Instead, treasure them as reminders of your resilience. The same God who carried you through them is the same God who walks with you now. He has not changed. His power has not weakened. His promises have not expired. If he delivered you, then he will deliver you again. Chosen one. Storms prepare you for stewardship. Millionaire breakthrough requires a heart that is not easily shaken, because wealth will attract envy, opposition, and spiritual battles. If storms break you now, abundance will overwhelm you later. But since you have endured storms already, heaven knows you are nearly ready for what comes next. Picture a tree in the middle of a hurricane. Its branches whip, its leaves scatter, but its roots grip deeper. That is you, chosen one. The storms of your life have forced your roots deeper into God. You may have lost leaves, relationships, opportunities, dreams, but your foundation has grown unshakable. And now, because your roots are strong, you are prepared to bear fruit that lasts. Do not despise the storms you have faced. Bless them, for without them, you would not have discovered the depths of your strength. Without them, you would not know the faithfulness of God as you do now. Without them, you would not be trusted with the mantle that awaits you. The storm did not destroy you, it refined you. It did not end you, it equipped you. Soon, the storms will pass, the skies will clear, the winds will settle, and the sun will rise again. And when it does, you will emerge stronger than ever. You will walk into your millionaire destiny, not as one who has never faced hardship, but as one who has conquered hardship, and that resilience will be your anchor when new challenges arise. Chosen one. Stand tall in the knowledge of who you are. You are not fragile. You are not easily broken. You are a survivor of storms, a carrier of strength, a warrior who has endured the fire and still glows with divine light. The storms have only proven that you are chosen for greatness. When others see destruction, heaven sees preparation. When others see loss, heaven sees pruning. When others see storms, heaven sees strength. And heaven has declared over you, this one is ready. This one is proven. This one can carry the weight of wealth and not crumble. So, chosen one, lift your head high. The storms you endured are your credentials. They are your testimony. They are the undeniable proof that you are marked for abundance. The winds did not scatter you, they anchored you. The rains did not drown you, they cleansed you. The thunder did not frighten you, it awakened you. And now, you are ready to step forward into the destiny that awaits. Never forget, storms are not sent to break chosen ones, they are sent to reveal them. And you, beloved, have been revealed as unstoppable, chosen one. Not every blessing that appears in your life is truly from heaven. Some doors are opened by God, but others are crafted as counterfeits, lures designed to distract, delay, and derail you from destiny. Before your millionaire breakthrough can fully manifest, heaven allows the counterfeits to be exposed, so that your eyes will not be deceived and your inheritance will not be stolen. Counterfeit blessings often arrive looking almost identical to the real thing. They offer quick solutions, instant gratification, or opportunities that appear too perfect to question. But when you examine them closely, something does not align with the spirit of truth. They pull you toward compromise, distract you from your assignment, or tempt you with shortcuts that bypass the refining process of God. The Spirit spoke through the prophet Jeremiah, chapter 6, verse 16. Stand at the crossroads and look. Ask for the ancient paths. Ask where the good way is, and walk in it, and you will find rest for your souls. Chosen one. This scripture is a compass. It reminds you that not every path is the good way, and not every door leads to rest. Some doors lead only to unrest, bondage, or regret. Think of Israel in the wilderness. When Moses delayed on the mountain, the people fashioned a golden calf as a counterfeit blessing. They wanted something tangible, something immediate, something they could see. Yet that counterfeit nearly cost them their covenant with God. In the same way, impatience often drives chosen ones into the arms of counterfeits. When the promise seems slow, the counterfeit offers speed. When the waiting feels unbearable, the counterfeit offers relief. But that relief is temporary and costly. Counterfeit relationships are some of the enemy's sharpest weapons. They appear as companionship but bring distraction. They seem supportive but drain your spirit. They speak sweet words but dull your discernment. Chosen one, you must understand not everyone who admires your light is meant to walk with you. Some are drawn not to your spirit but to your potential. And if allowed, they will siphon your strength. Counterfeit opportunities also abound. They promise wealth but demand compromise. They look like advancement but lead to entrapment. They flatter your ambition but starve your purpose. The enemy is clever. He will not tempt you with obvious evil but with disguised good. That is why discernment is more valuable than gold in this season. Chosen one. God removes counterfeits not to wound you, but to guard you. When He allows relationships to crumble, opportunities to collapse, or dreams to dissolve, it is not cruelty, it is mercy. He is ensuring that nothing false contaminates your true inheritance. The pruning may hurt, but the fruit it protects is worth it. You may ask, but how do I know the difference between a counterfeit and a true blessing? The answer is peace. Counterfeits agitate your spirit, even when your mind tries to rationalize them. True blessings align with peace, even when they stretch your faith. Counterfeits demand secrecy or compromise. True blessings encourage integrity and transparency. Counterfeits fade with time. True blessings grow stronger the longer they remain. Think of Joseph again. Before Pharaoh's palace, Potiphar's wife offered him a counterfeit pathway. Had Joseph accepted, he might have gained temporary pleasure and even favor with Potiphar's household. But that counterfeit would have disqualified him from his divine elevation. His refusal, though it cost him prison, preserved his destiny. Sometimes the true blessing is hidden behind temporary suffering, while the counterfeit is clothed in temporary ease. Only discernment can tell the difference. Chosen one, I know the stripping has been painful. People you loved dearly have been removed. Opportunities you thought were sent from God have collapsed. Doors you prayed for have slammed shut. But what if those losses were heaven's protection? What if those denials saved you from destruction? What if those endings preserved your millionaire future? Bless God for the counterfeits that were unmasked. Bless Him for the relationships that ended before they could ruin you. Bless Him for the opportunities that disappeared before they could entangle you. Bless Him for the prayers He did not answer the way you asked, because His silence was shielding you. Understand this deeply. Millionaire breakthrough is not just about receiving abundance, it is about protecting it. Counterfeits do not only steal wealth, they drain destiny. A wrong partnership can bankrupt a fortune. A wrong contract can enslave a calling. A wrong relationship can sabotage a legacy. That is why heaven takes so much care in stripping away what is false before granting what is true. Chosen one, your discernment is sharpening. You are beginning to see through disguises. You are beginning to sense when a smile hides a trap. You are beginning to feel in your spirit when something is off, even if your mind cannot explain why. That inner nudge is not paranoia, it is the Holy Spirit guarding your steps. Trust it. Counterfeits cannot follow you into your next season. They are being exposed now because your elevation is close. The higher you climb, the more costly the wrong attachments become. That is why the pruning feels intense. It is heaven's urgency to protect your crown. Soon, the only things that remain around you will be authentic, aligned, and ordained. Chosen one, be at peace with the losses. They are not setbacks, they are safeguards. They are not curses, they are coverings. Each counterfeit that falls away makes room for the authentic to arrive. Each false door that shuts clears the path for the true gate to open. Each relationship that ends creates space for covenant partnerships that will sustain your destiny. Stand firm. Then, in this season of exposure, do not chase what God has removed. Do not mourn what heaven has stripped. Do not question the mercy disguised as loss. Trust that every counterfeit eliminated is evidence that your millionaire breakthrough is drawing near. For when the authentic blessing arrives, it will carry peace, power, and permanence. Chosen one, you are being guarded because you are priceless. You are being separated because you are sacred. You are being preserved because you are destined. Soon, what is false will no longer distract you, and what is true will no longer delay. You will step into abundance uncorrupted, carrying a legacy untouched by counterfeits. Chosen one, there are moments in your journey when God strips away layer after layer of what you thought defined you. At first, it feels cruel. You lose possessions, positions, friendships, opportunities, even identities you once wore proudly. You feel exposed, as though heaven has left you naked in front of the world. But listen carefully, The stripping is not to shame you, it is to shape you. What is being removed cannot accompany you into your millionaire destiny. The stripping process is part of divine preparation. God is jealous over you, chosen one. He will not allow attachments that could poison your future. He will not let weights cling to you that will slow your climb. He will not allow idols, even subtle ones, to ride with you into glory. And so, he strips, he removes what you cling to, not to harm you, but to free you. It is written in the second letter to Timothy, chapter 2, verse 21. Those who cleanse themselves from what is dishonorable will be instruments for honor, made holy, useful to the master, prepared for every good work, chosen one. This is the essence of stripping. You are being cleansed of what is dishonorable, not because you are worthless, but because you are being prepared for special purpose. Think of a tree in winter. Its branches are bare, its leaves stripped away, its beauty hidden. To the eye, it looks lifeless, but beneath the surface, the roots are alive, storing energy, preparing for spring. That barrenness is not death, it is preparation. The stripping of your life is the winter season before the flourishing spring. The enemy would have you believe that loss is final. He whispers, "Look at what you've lost. You are finished. You are forgotten." But the truth is opposite. You are being renewed. The stripping is not subtraction, it is transformation. Every false support removed makes space for true strength. Every shallow relationship cut away makes room for covenant ones. Every dream that crumbles prepares the soil for one greater. Consider Job. In one sweep, he lost wealth, children, health, reputation. He was stripped to nothing. Yet out of that nothingness, God restored him with double. Had he clung to the old, he would have missed the abundance of the new, chosen one. You too are walking the Job road, not to destroy you, but to reveal you as one who can be trusted with restoration beyond imagination. The stripping also teaches detachment. If your heart is too tied to things, God allows those things to fade. If your identity is too wrapped in titles, God allows titles to be stripped. If your security is too rooted in people, God allows those people to walk away. Why? Because millionaire destiny cannot rest on fragile foundations. You must be anchored in God alone. Chosen one. The stripping is holy surgery. It hurts, but it heals. It removes infection so that health can flourish. It cuts away decay so that growth can bloom. It feels like loss, but it is protection. When the knife of heaven cuts, it is always precise, always purposeful, always rooted in love. Do not despise this process. Embrace it. Every layer falling away is making you lighter for the climb ahead. Every attachment removed is making you freer to carry the mantle waiting for you. Every loss endured is carving space in your heart for abundance you cannot yet imagine. And now, chosen one, I call you to a prophetic declaration. Type these words in the comments, I let go. Why this phrase? Because it is short but powerful. It is your agreement with heaven's stripping process. It is your surrender, your release, your declaration that you will not cling to what God has removed. When you type, I let go, you are saying, Lord, I will not chase counterfeits. I will not hold on to what you have stripped. I release bitterness. I release fear. I release control. I trust your hand. even when I do not understand it. That declaration is more than words, it is spiritual alignment. It invites heaven to complete the stripping swiftly so that your millionaire breakthrough can manifest without delay. Remember, chosen one, what feels like emptying is actually filling. God cannot pour abundance into hands already clutching idols. He cannot give you tomorrow's crown if your grip is tight on yesterday's ashes. Letting go is not weakness, it is power. It is the act of faith that accelerates destiny. Soon, you will understand why the stripping had to happen. You will look back and say, I thought I was losing everything, but I was being prepared for everything. You will stand in abundance and realize that every loss was a seed for greater gain. You will see that God never left you bare. He was dressing you for royalty. Chosen one, lift your head even in this season of stripping. Do not mourn like one who has no hope. What is being removed was never your foundation. What is being stripped was never your crown. Your true inheritance is untouched, and it is waiting just ahead. Endure the pruning, embrace the process, and declare with faith, I let go. Chosen one, every refining fire brings you to the same moment, the test of faith under fire. It is here that the intensity peaks. When you stand surrounded by impossibilities, when nothing makes sense, when your prayers seem unanswered, and your strength feels depleted. This is the furnace of faith, where what you truly believe is revealed. Anyone can say they trust God when life is comfortable, but when the fire burns hot, when the evidence is against you, when everything in the natural world tells you to quit, that is when authentic faith shines brightest. Faith under fire is not blind optimism. It is conviction rooted in the unchanging character of God. It is the decision to say, though everything around me shakes, I will not be moved. Though I cannot see the outcome, I will trust the one who holds the outcome. It is refusing to bow to fear. Even when fear is loud, it is standing tall in the flames, knowing that the flames cannot consume what God has chosen to preserve. The ancient words recorded in Romans, chapter 5, verse 3 through 4. We glory in sufferings, because suffering produces perseverance, perseverance, character, and character, hope. Chosen one, this is the divine sequence. Your suffering is not meaningless. It is producing perseverance. That perseverance is shaping your character, and that character is birthing hope. Faith under fire transforms you from fragile to unshakable, from ordinary to extraordinary, from chosen to crowned. Think of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, thrown into the blazing furnace. They refused to bow to idols. Their faith under fire did not deliver them from the flames, it preserved them in the flames. And because they stood firm, the Son of God himself walked with them in the fire. Their deliverance was not the absence of fire, but the presence of God in the midst of it. This is your story. Chosen one, you may still be in the furnace, but you are not alone. Heaven walks with you. The fire has a purpose. It burns away fear. It melts off doubt. It consumes impurities. It hardens resolve. The same fire that destroys straw refines gold. You are the gold. Chosen one. The flames are proof that heaven sees value in you, worth refining. If you were worthless, the enemy would not fight you this hard. If your destiny was small, the fire would not burn this hot. Faith under fire also silences the enemy. When he throws his worst at you and you still stand, you rob him of power. He expects you to curse God, to walk away, to crumble. But when you worship in the fire, when you declare God's goodness through the tears, when you keep believing though all seems lost, you shame the kingdom of darkness. The enemy's greatest weapon is fear, and your faith is its defeat. Chosen one, I know the fire has been fierce. I know you've questioned, cried, and nearly given up. But hear this, you are closer to breakthrough than you realize. Fire always intensifies just before it finishes its work. The pain you feel now is the final stage of preparation. The breakthrough you've prayed for is near, and the fire is only ensuring that when it comes, you are fully ready to carry it. Lift your eyes. Do not focus only on the flames. Focus on what the flames are creating in you. Every scar you carry will become a testimony. Every tear you shed will become oil of anointing. Every sleepless night will become the evidence of endurance. And when you walk out of this fire, you will not smell like smoke, you will shine like refined gold. This is why you must hold fast. Do not let go of faith. Do not abandon trust. Do not surrender your crown for relief. Relief may tempt you, but relief is temporary. Breakthrough is eternal. You are not in the fire forever. There is an appointed end, and on the other side is abundance, favor, and glory. Now, chosen one, I want to speak to your spirit directly. If this word resonates in your soul, let it not remain silent. Engage with it as an act of agreement. Like this message, if you know you are being refined in fire. Share it if you believe others need strength for their own trials. Subscribe if you desire to walk continually in words that sustain your spirit. These are not empty gestures, they are prophetic actions. They declare, I am part of this movement. I align with the truth. I refuse to walk this path alone. By liking, you are planting your agreement in the soil of faith. By sharing, you are scattering seeds of encouragement into the lives of others who feel consumed by their own fires. By subscribing, you are building a rhythm of receiving guidance that will keep you steady as the flames rage. Think of it not as casual interaction, but as covenant alignment. These small acts are declarations that you will remain faithful under fire. Chosen one. Faith under fire is not about avoiding pain, it is about discovering purpose in the midst of it. And you, beloved, are discovering strength you never knew you had. Soon the fire will end, and you will emerge carrying abundance, influence, and authority. But for now, hold firm, keep trusting, keep believing. Your millionaire breakthrough is being forged in these very flames. When others look at you, they may see struggle, but heaven looks at you and sees victory. They see a vessel refined, a spirit unshakable, a chosen one ready for rulership. And when you step into your next season, you will testify, the fire did not destroy me, it defined me. It did not consume me, it crowned me. So let your heart be strong. Let your spirit be steadfast. Let your faith endure the fire. For this fire is temporary, but the glory that follows is eternal. Chosen one. Pruning is one of the deepest works of God in the life of His beloved. It is a paradox, because it feels like loss. Yet it is designed for increase. When God prunes you, He cuts back areas that seem alive, trims branches that appear fruitful, and removes growths that look promising. From the outside, It feels like you are being diminished. In reality, you are being multiplied. A gardener never prunes what is dead. He prunes what has potential, because only living branches can produce more fruit. Likewise, God is not cutting you back because you are worthless. He is cutting you back because you are alive, because you are fruitful, because you are destined for more. He sees the weight of your millionaire destiny, and he refuses to let you waste energy on branches that cannot bear eternal fruit. The Word of God declares in the Gospel of John, chapter 15, verse 2, "Every branch that does bear fruit, he prunes so that it will be even more fruitful." Chosen one, meditate on this. Pruning is not punishment, it is privilege. It is the mark of one whom heaven trusts with greater increase. Pruning often feels like contradiction. You obey, yet opportunities vanish. You sow faithfully, yet resources dwindle. You serve, yet recognition fades. In your natural mind, this looks like decline, but in the unseen realm, it is preparation for multiplication. God is channeling your strength into fewer branches, but branches that will carry more fruit than you ever imagined. Think of a vine, left unpruned. It produces many shoots, but they drain its strength and bear little fruit. Pruned, it may look smaller, but the fruit it carries becomes large, sweet, and abundant. You, chosen one, are that vine. The pruning is painful, but it is ensuring that the wealth, influence, and legacy you are destined to carry will not be wasted on shallow growth. Pruning also exposes what you truly rely on. When God cuts something back, He is asking, will you still trust me when this is gone? Will you still obey when the path narrows? Will you still believe when your plans are disrupted? These are not tests to harm you, they are invitations to deeper intimacy. When everything you thought you needed is cut away, you discover that God Himself is enough. Consider Abraham. He was asked to lay Isaac, the son of promise, on the altar. It was the deepest pruning imaginable, God asking him to surrender the very child that embodied the covenant. Abraham obeyed, and though God spared Isaac, the act proved that Abraham's faith was rooted not in the gift, but in the giver. That moment positioned him as the father of nations. In the same way, your pruning season proves that your heart loves God above all, preparing you for inheritance beyond measure. Chosen one, the cut of heaven's shears is precise. It may feel random, but it is not. God knows exactly where to cut, exactly how much to remove, exactly when to stop. He does not cut recklessly, He cuts intentionally. And though you may cry, Lord, why here? Why now? One day you will see that every cut was necessary. Without it, you would have grown wild, distracted, ineffective. With it, you will grow strong, focused, fruitful. Do not confuse pruning with punishment. Punishment is about past failure. Pruning is about future fruitfulness. Punishment condemns. Pruning refines. Punishment ends potential. Pruning expands it. You are not being punished, you are being prepared. The difference is everything. The pain you feel now is proof that you are alive in God's hands. Dead branches feel nothing, but living branches ache under the cut. Do not despise the ache. Let it remind you that you are chosen. Let it remind you that heaven is investing in you, shaping you, preparing you for increase beyond imagination. Chosen one. Pruning also protects. There are branches in your life that look strong, but if left unchecked, they would crack under weight. By cutting them back now, God prevents greater collapse later. Some doors closed because you were not ready to bear their pressure. Some relationships ended because they would not have endured your elevation. Some dreams were cut because they were too small for your destiny. Every cut is mercy, even when it feels cruel. You may not see the fruit yet, but it is coming. Just as a farmer does not prune one day and harvest the next, your fruit requires time. But when the season comes, your branches will bow under the weight of abundance. Those who once pitied you in your pruning will marvel at your harvest. They will say, "How did this one bear so much?" And the answer will be simple: because I was pruned. Chosen one. Hold steady. Do not resist the pruning. Do not cling to branches God has cut. Do not mourn what has been trimmed away. Trust the gardener. He sees what you cannot see. He knows what you cannot know. His shears never miss their mark. If he has cut it, it was not meant to remain. Soon, the pain of this season will give way to joy. You will walk in wealth that glorifies God, influence that advances His kingdom, and legacy that shapes generations. And when you look back, you will realize that the cuts were not losses, they were investments. Every branch removed was exchanged for fruit multiplied. Every tear shed was a seed for laughter harvested. Every sacrifice endured was preparation for glory revealed. Chosen one. Let peace settle in your heart. The pruning is nearly complete. And when the gardener steps back and looks at his work, he will say, "This one is ready. This one can carry abundance. This one will bear fruit that lasts." Chosen one. Every journey into greatness passes through what I call the wilderness classroom. This is the season where comfort is stripped away, where familiar supports disappear, and where you are forced to rely on God alone. It feels like emptiness, but it is education. It feels like exile, but it is elevation. In the wilderness, you are not being abandoned, you are being trained. The wilderness is where the chosen are shaped. Moses was trained in the desert for 40 years before he confronted Pharaoh. Israel wandered 40 years before entering the promised land. Even Jesus, after being baptized and declared the beloved Son, was led by the Spirit into the wilderness to be tested. If the wilderness was necessary for them, how much more is it necessary for you? Chosen one. The wilderness strips away illusions. In the noise of Egypt, Israel depended on idols and routines, but in the wilderness, they had only God. Manna came from heaven. Water flowed from rocks. Guidance came through fire by night and cloud by day. The wilderness proves what you cannot learn in ease, that man does not live by bread alone, but by every word that proceeds from the mouth of God. Scripture says in the Gospel of Matthew, chapter 4, verse 4, "Man shall not live on bread alone, but on every word that comes from the mouth of God." Chosen one. This is the wilderness lesson. Comfort will not sustain you. Wealth alone will not satisfy you. Connections will not preserve you. Only the Word of God can anchor you in seasons of barrenness. The wilderness is also where identity is forged. Without the wilderness, titles define you, crowds shape you, and applause deceives you. But in the silence of desolation, you meet yourself and you meet God. You learn that you are not chosen because of performance, But because of calling, you discover that your worth is not tied to results, but to relationship. You realize that if you have God, you are not empty, even if everything else is gone. Chosen one. The wilderness may feel harsh, but it is holy. It removes crutches so you can stand. It dismantles idols so you can see clearly. It silences noise so you can hear the still, small voice of heaven. You may think the wilderness is delaying your millionaire breakthrough, but in truth, it is the very training that qualifies you to receive it. Look at David, hiding in caves, hunted by Saul. In the wilderness, he learned warfare, humility, and dependence on God. Those lessons prepared him to rule wisely when he finally wore the crown. Look at John the Baptist, who lived in the desert, clothed in camel's hair, eating locusts and wild honey. The wilderness prepared him to be the voice crying out, preparing the way of the Lord. Wilderness seasons, birth, world changers. Do not despise this classroom. Chosen one. Every scarcity is shaping gratitude. Every silence is sharpening discernment. Every difficulty is deepening faith. You are not wasting time, you are investing time. And soon, you will graduate, walking out of the wilderness carrying wisdom, strength, and authority. But here is the truth: many do not survive the wilderness. They complain. They grumble. They turn back. Israel longed for Egypt's food and chains rather than trusting God for manna and freedom. The wilderness will tempt you to believe the past was better, even if it was bondage. Do not fall into that trap. The wilderness is not Egypt, and you are not a slave. You are chosen, and this classroom is equipping you for freedom, not chains. Chosen one. I want you to mark this season with faith as a prophetic declaration. I invite you to comment 444 below. Why this number? Because it represents alignment, divine order, and the building of a solid foundation. By typing it, you are declaring, I embrace my wilderness training. I trust the process. I am aligned with heaven's order for my life. When you write 444, you are not just typing digits. You are stepping into agreement with the hidden curriculum of heaven. You are saying, Lord, even if I do not understand, I submit to your teaching. Even if I feel empty, I know you are filling me. Even if I feel lost, I know you are guiding me. This simple act anchors your spirit, strengthens your resolve, and signals to heaven that you will not quit this classroom prematurely. Chosen one. Remember that wilderness seasons do not last forever. They are purposeful and temporary. When the lessons are learned, the doors of promise swing open. Israel eventually entered Canaan. David eventually wore the crown. Jesus eventually left the wilderness in the power of the Spirit. And you, too, will emerge carrying authority you never had before. Hold steady. Beloved, the wilderness is not endless. It has an appointed end. When it is over, you will be unrecognizable. Those who saw you weak will see you strong. Those who mocked your lack will witness your overflow. Those who thought you were finished will watch you flourish. The wilderness is not your grave, it is your classroom, and you will graduate with honor. Chosen one. Let your heart rest. God is with you in this barren place. His word sustains you. His spirit strengthens you. His hand guides you. You are not forgotten, you are being formed. You are not stuck, you are being schooled. You are not lost, you are being led. The wilderness is holy ground, and you are standing in the middle of a divine lesson. Soon, you will step into wealth and influence, carrying wisdom forged in the desert. And when that moment comes, you will say, "The wilderness did not break me, it built me. The wilderness did not waste me, it prepared me. The wilderness was not my end, it was my beginning." Chosen one, there is a peculiar weight that comes with being set apart, and few understand it. It is the loneliness of elevation. To the outside world, it looks like you are simply walking alone, but in truth, heaven has marked you for a level of intimacy, responsibility, and influence that requires separation. This is not isolation for destruction, it is consecration for destiny. Many around you may not understand why you no longer fit where you once belonged. You try to engage in old conversations, but they feel shallow. You attempt to join old crowds, but something in your spirit resists. You revisit familiar places, but they no longer bring you peace. This is the mark of elevation. You cannot go back to what you've outgrown. The call on your life demands more. We are reminded through the writings of David in the Psalms. Chapter 4, verse 3, "Know that the Lord has set apart his faithful servant for himself. The Lord hears when I call to him." Chosen one, hear this clearly. Your separation is not a rejection by people. It is a selection by God. You have been set apart for him, and he hears you in ways others cannot imagine. Elevation is often preceded by loneliness. Joseph was separated from his family long before he wore the robe of authority in Egypt. Moses spent years in the desert alone before he stood before Pharaoh. Even Jesus withdrew to solitary places to pray. And when the cross approached, his closest friends could not stay awake with him. The pattern is unmistakable. Separation is the companion of the chosen. But let this truth steady you. You are not alone. Even when you feel alone, the absence of people is not the absence of God. In fact, separation often intensifies his presence. When the voices around you quiet, his voice becomes clearer. When familiar supports fall away, his hand becomes stronger. When earthly companionship fades, heavenly communion deepens. Chosen one, loneliness in this season is not punishment, it is proof that God is drawing you higher. The crowd cannot climb with you. The multitudes cannot carry your mantle. Some friendships cannot survive the altitude of your calling. The air is thinner at the top, and only those trained for the climb can endure it. That is why God removes certain companions, not because they are evil, but because they are unprepared for where you are going. It hurts, I know, to lose those you thought would walk with you forever, to watch bonds loosen that once felt unbreakable, to carry dreams that no one else seems to understand. But this pain is sacred. It is the mark of one being consecrated for a higher assignment. You are not being abandoned, you are being reserved. Think of an eagle. When it senses the season of renewal approaching, it retreats alone to a high place. There, it sheds old feathers, breaks off dull talons, and endures pain in solitude. Why? Because only in isolation can it be renewed for greater flight. Likewise, you have been drawn into solitude not to weaken you, but to strengthen you for soaring. Chosen one, embrace this holy loneliness. Do not chase after those God has released. Do not force connections that no longer carry peace. Do not mourn what cannot walk with you. If they were meant for your next season, they would not have departed. Your destiny does not depend on their presence, it depends on God's presence. The loneliness of elevation is also a filter. It reveals who truly values you and who only valued access to you. When the crowds thin, the authentic remain. When resources shift, the loyal are revealed. When your journey narrows, the true companions step forward. Elevation filters away the noise so that only covenant relationships remain. This season of separation is not endless. It is temporary, purposeful, and sacred. When its work is complete, new alliances will form, connections aligned with your destiny, not your past. Relationships forged in purpose, not convenience. Partnerships rooted in covenant, not transaction. But for now, you are called to walk with fewer voices, so that you can hear the one voice that matters most. Chosen one, do not despise the silence of companionship. Use it. Let it be the womb where vision grows, the sanctuary where intimacy with God deepens, the training ground where resilience is formed. For when you emerge, you will not be weak from solitude, you will be strong, focused, and ready to carry the mantle of abundance and influence. Understand this elevation is costly. To rise, you must release. To ascend, you must let go. To carry more, you must walk with less. But what you gain in God's presence far outweighs what you lose in man's company. And when the breakthrough arrives, those who once left will marvel. Those who misunderstood will be silenced. And those who doubted will see that your separation was not wasted, it was preparation. So hold steady in this lonely place. Chosen one, do not confuse solitude with abandonment. You are never abandoned. You are never forgotten. You are set apart, consecrated, and preserved. Heaven's eyes are on you, and heaven's hand is guiding you. One day soon, you will look back on this season and say, the loneliness was necessary, the separation was sacred, the silence was holy, for it is here, in the hiddenness, that the deepest work is being done. It is here that your millionaire destiny is being forged. It is here that you are being transformed from one among many to one who carries the mantle of the chosen one. Wealth is not merely about numbers in a bank account or possessions that dazzle the eye. True wealth begins in the spirit, and one of the greatest obstacles to it is the stronghold of a poverty mindset. Before heaven can release millionaire abundance into your hands, God must dismantle every internal chain of lack, fear, and limitation. For if your mind remains captive, your wealth will wither, but if your mind is renewed, your abundance will multiply. Poverty is not simply the absence of resources, it is the presence of restriction in thought. It whispers, you will never have enough. You will always struggle. You are unworthy of more. Poverty makes you hoard instead of sow, doubt instead of dream, shrink instead of expand. It convinces you that smallness is safety and that survival is the highest goal. But, chosen one, you were not created for survival, you were chosen for stewardship, overflow, and legacy. The Apostle reminds us in his letter to the Philippians, chapter 4, verse 19, "And my God will meet all your needs according to the riches of his glory in Christ Jesus." Notice this, not according to the economy, not according to the limits of men, not according to what you see in your hand, according to His glory. That means infinite supply, unshakable security, abundance rooted in heaven itself. The poverty mindset blinds chosen ones to this truth. It makes you live as though God's supply is fragile, as though His promises are conditional on human approval. But your Father owns the cattle on 1,000 hills. The earth is the Lord's, and everything in it. Why should you bow to fear of lack when your inheritance is limitless, chosen one? Breaking free from poverty mindset requires courage. It demands that you confront lies that have traveled through generations. Perhaps you were raised in lack, taught to expect little, conditioned to believe that wealth belongs to others but not to you. These patterns embed themselves deep, shaping decisions, muting ambition, stifling faith. But hear me, the cycle stops with you. You are the breaker of chains, the first to step into abundance, the one appointed to shift the trajectory of your family line. This battle is not just external, it is deeply spiritual. Poverty is a spirit that enslaves. It causes people to despise generosity, to mistrust opportunities, to sabotage their own progress. But you, chosen one, carry a different spirit, a spirit of faith, a spirit of courage, a spirit of abundance. You must recognize the whispers of poverty for what they are, lies crafted to keep you from kingdom impact. Consider Israel in the wilderness again. Though God promised them a land flowing with milk and honey, they constantly cried, "Would that we had died in Egypt." Their bodies were free, but their minds remained enslaved. They could not see abundance because they were addicted to lack. Only Joshua and Caleb saw differently. Only they believed. We are well able to take the land, and because of that mindset, they entered the promise while others perished outside. Chosen one, your millionaire breakthrough will not manifest fully until your mindset aligns with promise, not poverty. This means shifting how you see yourself. You are not a beggar at heaven's table. You are a son, a daughter, an heir. You are not scraping for crumbs. You are seated with Christ in heavenly places, where the storehouses never run dry. Breaking poverty mindset also means shifting how you speak. Words create worlds. If your tongue constantly repeats lack, "I can't afford this," "I'll never have enough," money always runs out, you align yourself with scarcity. But if your tongue declares abundance, "I am blessed," "I am favored," "Provision flows to me," "I am a steward of wealth," you align yourself with heaven's truth. Speak not what you see, but what God has said. Another step in breaking poverty is learning the principle of sowing. Poverty clings tightly, fearing that giving will create emptiness. But abundance knows that giving multiplies, like seed scattered in soil. Generosity returns harvest far greater than what was sown. The widow who gave Elijah her last meal discovered this truth. The boy who offered Jesus his 5 loaves and 2 fish saw it multiplied to feed thousands. Generosity is the language of abundance, and chosen ones are fluent in it. Chosen one, you must also renew your vision. Poverty dreams small. It sets goals that only maintain survival. But you are not called to merely survive. You are called to transform, to build, to expand. Your vision must stretch beyond your immediate needs into generational legacy. Ask yourself, what structures will I build? What communities will I empower? What impact will my wealth create? This is kingdom thinking, and it destroys the chains of lack. The stripping process you endured in earlier seasons prepared you for this very shift. By removing false dependencies, God positioned you to see Him as your source. By walking you through wilderness scarcity, He trained you to rely on His word. And now, as He dismantles poverty mindset, He is readying you to handle abundance without fear or limitation. Chosen one, take heart. You are not destined to live in lack. The chains are breaking even now. The lies that whispered never enough are being silenced. The vision of survival is being replaced with a vision of overflow. Soon, you will testify that the poverty mindset no longer rules your life. Instead, faith, generosity, and abundance flow through you like rivers of living water. When the breakthrough arrives, you will not clutch it in fear. You will not sabotage it in doubt. You will steward it with wisdom, expand it with courage, and distribute it with generosity. Poverty will no longer define you. Abundance will. Lack will no longer imprison you. Legacy will. And generations after you will rise and bless your name, because you were the one who broke the cycle. Chosen one, lift your head. Heaven is shifting your mind even now. You are stepping into a new way of seeing, a new way of speaking, a new way of living. Poverty cannot hold you, because you were never created for it. You were created for inheritance, for stewardship, for abundance that advances the kingdom. Hold to this truth: the poverty mindset dies here. With you, the abundance mindset lives on, through you. And as it does, your millionaire breakthrough will not only enrich your life, it will transform the lives of many. Chosen one, hear this truth before heaven can trust you with abundance. He first examines how you handle little. The test of obedience in small things is one of the most critical trials of a chosen one's journey. Many cry out for breakthrough, for overflow, for influence, yet they dismiss the assignments that seem insignificant. But the kingdom principle is clear: if you are faithful with little, you will be entrusted with much. The apostle reminds us in the Gospel of Luke, chapter 16, verse 10, "Whoever is trusted with very little can also be trusted with much. Whoever is dishonest with little is dishonest with much." Chosen one, let this sink deep into your spirit. Heaven does not measure your readiness by your words, but by your stewardship, how you manage the unseen, the unnoticed, the small responsibilities. That is the true test. Perhaps you wonder why millionaire doors have not opened yet. Ask yourself, how are you handling what is in your hand now? Do you treat small opportunities with the same honor as large ones? Do you sow even when the seed feels tiny? Do you steward relationships, time, and resources as if they are sacred? Every little test is actually a gateway to the much you've been praying for. Chosen one, obedience in small things is where integrity is forged. David, before he ever held a crown, he faithfully tended sheep in hidden fields. He fought lions and bears in obscurity. Long before Goliath fell in public, it was his obedience in small assignments that proved him ready for royal responsibility. Look at Ruth. She gleaned leftovers in the field with humility. Long before she became Boaz's bride and part of Messiah's lineage, God always watches the small to prepare for the great. The danger is this: when impatience blinds you, you may despise the little. You may dismiss the tasks that feel beneath you. Overlook the people who seem unimportant. or grow careless in places you think no one notices. But every seed counts, every act matters, every choice builds. And when you are faithful in what looks small, heaven releases what looks impossible. Chosen one. The millionaire mantle is not dropped suddenly without preparation. It is built slowly, through thousands of tiny obediences, daily acts of stewardship, and consistent integrity. Those who seek shortcuts fall into traps. Those who honor the process inherit promise. Do not rush what God is shaping. Every little test is adding weight to your crown. Let me speak plainly. You cannot pray for a kingdom business while mismanaging the few resources already in your hand. You cannot cry out for influence while dishonoring the platform you have today. You cannot seek global impact while neglecting the neighbor next to you. Obedience in small things is not optional, it is essential. Chosen one. I want you to pause and reflect. What small assignments has God given you right now? Maybe it's in your family. Maybe it's in your job. Maybe it's in your secret place of prayer. Do not despise them. These are your training grounds. Treat them as sacred. Honor them with your best. Sow into them with faith. Because the way you handle these today determines the abundance you will carry tomorrow. And now, I want to invite you to respond with a heart of faith. If this word speaks to your spirit, engage with it. Like this message as a sign that you choose to honor even the small. Share it so others who feel hidden can understand the greatness of their season. Comment below with your agreement. Write simply, I will obey. Let this be your prophetic declaration, that you will not despise the little, but will walk faithfully in every assignment. And subscribe if you desire to remain connected to these messages that guide you step by step, reminding you that obedience is never wasted. Your engagement is more than digital activity, it is a spiritual act. By liking, you are saying, Lord, I honor the small. By sharing, you are sowing seeds of encouragement into someone else's journey. By commenting, I will obey, you are sealing your decision before heaven. By subscribing, you are planting yourself in a stream of ongoing guidance, refusing to drift away in the noise of the world. Each action is a testimony. You are not casual, you are committed. Chosen one. Never forget, obedience in small things is the hinge that swings open great doors. The crown you seek is connected to the choices you make daily. The millionaire breakthrough you pray for is tied to how you handle what looks insignificant now. Nothing is wasted. Every act is a seed. Every seed produces fruit. This is why you must not grow weary in well-doing. The world may not applaud your little obediences. People may overlook your hidden sacrifices. But heaven sees. Heaven records. Heaven rewards. And in due season, if you faint not, you will reap abundantly. So rise each day with diligence. Handle each task with reverence. Treat every opportunity as training. And when the time comes, the abundance released will not overwhelm you. Because you have been trained in faithfulness, you will carry it with humility, steward it with wisdom, and multiply it with joy. Chosen one, your crown is closer than you realize. The fire has refined you. The pruning has prepared you. The wilderness has trained you. And now, obedience in the small is proving you. Soon, heaven will declare, well done, faithful servant, enter into much. And when that moment comes, Your millionaire breakthrough will not be a surprise. It will be the natural harvest of seeds sown in faith. Chosen one. One of the clearest signs that you are approaching breakthrough is the sudden intensification of warfare. This is what I call the midnight wrestle. It is the season when opposition rises not just around you, but within you. Doubts become louder, fears sharper, temptations more cunning. You feel torn between faith and despair, between pressing forward and collapsing backward. This is not coincidence, it is evidence. The enemy always fights hardest when you are closest to destiny. The midnight wrestle is not just metaphorical, it is spiritual. Darkness works overtime in the unseen realm to drain your strength, to weary your soul, and to make you question what God has already promised. You may experience sleepless nights, unusual heaviness, attacks on your peace, and storms that feel unrelenting. But chosen one, do not confuse the presence of warfare with the absence of God. The very fact that the battle is raging is proof that heaven's promise is near, as was spoken in the sacred texts of old. In the book of Genesis, chapter 32, verse 26, the man said, "Let me go, for it is daybreak." But Jacob replied, "I will not let you go unless you bless me." This is the posture of the midnight wrestle. Jacob wrestled through the night, wounded yet unrelenting, until blessing was secured. And from that moment, his name changed from Jacob to Israel, his identity transformed, his destiny unlocked. Chosen one, your midnight wrestle is producing the same shift. You may feel weary, but this wrestle is not meaningless. Every tear you cry in the night is watering the seed of promise. Every prayer you whisper in exhaustion is building the foundation of breakthrough. Every refusal to quit, even when you want to collapse, is declaring to heaven and hell alike, "I will not let go until blessing comes." The midnight wrestle has always been the threshold of transformation. Think of Jesus in Gethsemane. At midnight, he wrestled in agony, sweating drops of blood, asking if the cup could pass, yet surrendering fully to the Father's will. That wrestle released the power of the cross, and through the cross, the glory of resurrection. Midnight is always the moment before morning. The wrestle is always the test before reward. Do not despise this battle. Chosen one, do not assume it means you are failing. It means you are advancing. The enemy does not waste energy on those going nowhere. He reserves his fiercest attacks for those carrying crowns, mantles, and breakthroughs that threaten his kingdom. The fact that you feel pressed on every side is proof that you are dangerous to darkness. Yes, the wrestle is painful. It stretches you beyond comfort. It confronts hidden fears. It exposes unhealed wounds. It challenges the limits of your endurance. But it is also holy, for in the midnight wrestle, you discover strength you never knew you carried. You uncover faith that only fire can reveal. You encounter God in ways you never could in ease. Chosen one. Notice this, Jacob walked away from the midnight wrestle with a limp. The blessing came, but so did the mark of the struggle. This is important. Breakthrough does not erase the wrestle, it memorializes it. You may walk differently after this battle. You may carry scars, reminders of the fight, but those scars are not shame, they are proof. Proof that you endured, proof that you were tested, proof that you were chosen and that you prevailed. Think of how many times you have already survived what was designed to destroy you. Nights of loneliness, seasons of despair, battles that nearly crushed your hope, yet here you are, still standing. Each midnight wrestle has left its mark, but also its blessing. You are stronger, wiser, and more unshakable because of it. Chosen one, do not be afraid of this intensity. Instead, interpret it as confirmation. The greater the wrestle, the closer the reward. The darker the night, the nearer the dawn. The heavier the opposition, the greater the inheritance waiting on the other side. Midnight is always the deepest darkness, but it is also the turning point toward morning. In these moments, anchor yourself. Do not let go of the promises spoken over your life. Write them, declare them, cling to them. When your feelings betray you, let faith carry you. When your body is weary, let your spirit stand firm. When silence surrounds you, let the word be your voice. The midnight wrestle is not forever, it is temporary, purposeful, and victorious. You may not see it yet, but angels surround you in this hour. Just as they ministered to Jesus after his Gethsemane wrestle, they minister to you now. You are not alone in the midnight. The very God who allows the wrestle is the one who guarantees the blessing at its end. Soon, chosen one, the wrestle will shift, morning will break, the pressure will lift, and the very things that tormented you will serve as testimony. You will say with confidence, I wrestled, I endured, I prevailed, and I was blessed. The midnight wrestle will not define your defeat, it will announce your transformation. So, hold fast. The wrestle is proof, not punishment. It is confirmation, not condemnation. You are not failing, you are birthing. You are not abandoned, you are accompanied. You are not breaking, you are becoming. Chosen one, lift your spirit even in this midnight. Cling tightly even when your grip feels weak. Whisper faith even when your voice trembles. For soon, the night will end, the dawn will rise, and your millionaire breakthrough will stand before you as undeniable evidence that the midnight wrestle was worth every tear. Chosen one, one of the most profound truths about God's dealings with his people is that he is not only preparing you to receive abundance, he is refining your character so that abundance will not destroy you. Wealth without integrity is ruin. Influence without purity is corruption. Before heaven entrusts you with the weight of millionaire breakthrough, it takes you through the refining fire of character. This refining is not about surface appearances. It is not about polishing your image or improving your reputation before men. It is about transformation at the deepest level of your being, your motives, your values, your loyalty, your truthfulness. God desires vessels that will not crack under pressure, leaders who will not sell their integrity for applause, stewards who will not bow to greed when wealth multiplies. It was proclaimed in the second letter to Peter, chapter 1, verse 5 through 7, make every effort to add to your faith goodness, and to goodness, knowledge, and to knowledge, self-control, and to self-control, perseverance, and to perseverance, godliness, and to godliness, mutual affection, and to mutual affection, love. This passage is not a checklist for perfection, but a portrait of refinement. Faith is the foundation, but on top of it must be layered goodness, knowledge, self-control, perseverance, godliness, affection, and love. These are the jewels of character forged in fire. Chosen one. Refining often feels like loss, but in truth, it is gain. When God purifies you, He burns away arrogance, dishonesty, manipulation, pride, and selfish ambition. These are impurities that cannot coexist with destiny. If they remain, wealth will amplify them, and destruction will follow. But when they are removed, your abundance becomes a tool of transformation, not temptation. Consider Joseph once more. Before he sat in Pharaoh's palace, he endured betrayal, slavery, and prison. Each injustice refined his character. By the time he ruled, he had no bitterness toward his brothers, no arrogance in his authority, no greed in his abundance. He was refined so thoroughly that when wealth and power arrived, he used them to save lives, not exalt himself. This is what refinement produces: leaders who can be trusted with much because they are not corrupted by it. Refining also reveals what you truly value. In seasons of testing, when comforts are stripped away, when shortcuts are offered, when compromise presents itself, your decisions reveal the truth of your heart. Do you pursue integrity even when no one watches? Do you resist temptation even when the cost is high? Do you honor God even when applause is absent? Each yes to integrity is a strike of the refining hammer, shaping you into a vessel of honor. Chosen one. Think of gold. It is beautiful even in raw form, but hidden within it are impurities that dull its shine. To reveal its full value, gold must pass through fire. The heat melts away what does not belong, leaving only purity. You are that gold. Every trial, every pressure, every loss has been the fire heating your soul. The pain was real, but the purpose was greater, to make you pure enough to carry the crown. Refinement also demands patience. Character is not shaped overnight. It is molded through consistent choices, daily obediences, repeated surrender. Sometimes you will feel like progress is slow. Sometimes you will question whether the fire will ever end. But trust this: God knows exactly how long to keep you in the furnace. He does not leave you in one moment longer than necessary. And when the refining is complete, He will bring you out shining. The enemy despises this process, because refined character is undefeatable. He cannot bribe a heart that loves truth. He cannot corrupt a spirit anchored in integrity. He cannot sway a steward who treasures God above wealth. This is why your trials have been so intense. They are not random attacks, but targeted attempts to break your refinement. But every time you endure, every time you refuse compromise, every time you cling to righteousness, you foil His plan and prove heaven's trust. Chosen one. The refining fire of character is not glamorous, but it is glorious. It produces humility that wealth cannot inflate, patience that trials cannot exhaust, love that wounds cannot extinguish, and truth that temptation cannot twist. This is the kind of foundation upon which millionaire blessing can safely rest. Look again at your own journey. Think of the betrayals that purified your trust in God, the losses that deepened your compassion, the rejections that humbled your pride, the delays that strengthened your patience. Each experience was fire, but it was holy fire. And today, though you may still feel its heat, You are no longer the same person you were at the start. You are stronger, wiser, cleaner. That is evidence that the refining is working. Chosen one, never fear the fire. Fear living unrefined. Wealth without refinement is a snare. Abundance without integrity is ruin. But with refinement, your blessing becomes eternal. Your influence unstoppable. Your legacy unshakable. The fire is not your enemy, it is your ally. It is burning away what you cannot carry, so that you can step into what you were always meant to hold. Soon, this season will give way to the next. The refining will not last forever, but when it ends, you will not only carry millionaire breakthrough, you will carry it with a character that magnifies God's glory. You will be known not just for what you have, but for who you are: unshakable, incorruptible, refined. And when people ask how you endured, you will testify, "The fire shaped me. The fire purified me. The fire prepared me." And heaven will say, "This one is ready. This one can be trusted with much." Chosen one, the atmosphere around you is shifting. The winds you once felt pushing against you are beginning to change direction. You have endured the fire, the stripping, the pruning, the wilderness, and the loneliness. And now, heaven begins to signal that the season of testing is nearing its close. This is the prophetic shift, the moment when invisible doors begin to unlock, when long-standing battles begin to crumble, when what felt stagnant suddenly starts to flow. The prophetic shift is subtle at first. It may not come with thunder or lightning. Instead, it often begins with a small sign, a whisper, a glimpse that something is changing. You sense peace where there was turmoil. You feel courage rising where fear once ruled. You notice opportunities reappearing, this time with alignment instead of distraction. Do not dismiss these subtle beginnings. They are the early tremors of a coming earthquake of breakthrough. The prophet Elijah spoke as recorded in the first book of Kings. Chapter 18, verse 44. The seventh time the servant reported, "A cloud as small as a man's hand is rising from the sea." Chosen one, hear this. The cloud was small, but it was the sign of a great rain. Likewise, the prophetic shift may appear insignificant at first, but if you perceive it correctly, you will know that abundance is on its way. Do not despise the small beginnings of this shift. The seed does not look like the harvest. The cloud does not look like the storm. And the whisper does not sound like the trumpet. Yet within these small signs, heaven announces change. The prophetic shift is not about what you see. It is about discerning the movement of God in the unseen realm. Chosen one, this is why your discernment is so critical now. The enemy would like to convince you that nothing has changed, that you are still trapped in delay, that the tests will never end. But heaven says otherwise. Heaven says, lift your eyes, perceive the shift. Do not measure by the old season when I am birthing a new one. Think of Joseph. One night he went to sleep a prisoner. The next day he was summoned before Pharaoh and crowned ruler of Egypt. The shift was sudden in the natural, but it had been long in the making in the spiritual. For years, the foundation was being laid. When the prophetic shift came, it happened quickly. The same will be true for you. The prophetic shift also brings divine alignments. People begin to re-enter your life, not the ones stripped away in earlier seasons, but new covenant relationships aligned with your destiny. Opportunities arrive that do not demand compromise, but affirm your integrity. Resources begin to flow, not in trickles of survival, but in streams of provision. All of this is evidence that the testing season is turning into a reaping season. Chosen one, do not grow passive in this moment. The prophetic shift requires active agreement. This is not the time to quit or grow weary. This is the time to stay alert, to stand firm, to move with the Spirit. When Elijah's servant saw the cloud, Elijah did not say, "Let us wait and see." He immediately declared, "Hurry, because I hear the sound of a heavy rain." Your response to the small signs determines how quickly you step into the flood of blessing. You have carried much pain to reach this point, but none of it will be wasted. Every tear has watered the ground for this new season. Every rejection has positioned you for true alliances. Every stripping has purified your motives. Every pruning has made you fruitful. Now, as the shift begins, you will see why the process was necessary. And here, chosen one, I invite you to mark this moment prophetically. Write in the comments below 555. Why this number? Because it represents grace multiplied, transition, and the divine hand of God bringing change. By declaring 555, you are aligning yourself with the shift, saying, "Lord, I recognize the signs. I receive the transition. I step into the new season." This is not just a number, it is an act of faith. It is your agreement that the old is passing, the new is arriving, and you are ready to move with heaven's timing. When you type 555, you are sealing your participation in the prophetic shift. Chosen one, rejoice even if the signs look small. The shift is real. The tide is turning. The favor is rising. What you could not achieve in years will accelerate in days. What was blocked will open. What was delayed will flow. The same God who parted seas and broke chains is now moving on your behalf. Stay vigilant. Pray with eyes open. Speak life over your future. And most importantly, refuse to measure your tomorrow by the limits of your yesterday. The prophetic shift means the rules have changed. You are no longer in the season of endless testing. You are stepping into the season of fulfilled promise. Chosen one, let this settle in your spirit. The shift is not coming. It has begun. And as you align with it, you will walk into doors you once only dreamed of. You will testify. The waiting was long, but the shift was sudden. Chosen one, you have endured, and heaven has not overlooked it. Every sacrifice you made in secret, every prayer you prayed through tears, every time you chose obedience instead of compromise, none of it was in vain. The kingdom keeps records far more carefully than the world does. And the word is clear: those who endure to the end will receive a reward. Endurance is not glamorous. It rarely feels heroic in the moment. More often it feels like simply refusing to quit when quitting seems easier. It is waking up one more day with faith, speaking one more prayer with hope, taking one more step in obedience. Endurance is not about perfection, it is about persistence. And this persistence carries power, because it proves the depth of your devotion. It is written in the letter to the Galatians, chapter 6, verse 9, "Let us not become weary in doing good, for at the proper time we will reap a harvest if we do not give up." Chosen one, this is heaven's promise. The harvest is not in question. The only question is, will you keep going long enough to see it? Endurance refines you in ways nothing else can. It teaches patience, because breakthroughs rarely come on your schedule. It cultivates humility, because you must depend on God's strength when your own runs out. It births gratitude, because once the reward comes, you know how much it cost to reach it. Without endurance, blessings can feel cheap. With endurance, blessings carry eternal weight. Think again of Job. He endured unimaginable loss, wealth, children, health, reputation. His friends misunderstood him. His wife urged him to curse God. His soul groaned under the weight of suffering, and yet he clung to God, declaring, "Though he slay me, yet will I trust him." That endurance carried him through the fire, and in the end, God restored him with double. The reward of endurance was not just material, it was revelation of who God truly is. Chosen one, your endurance has also been a weapon. Every time you refused to quit, you struck a blow against the enemy. He wanted your faith broken, your worship silenced, your hope extinguished. But endurance denied him that victory. The very fact that you are still standing is testimony enough. You may not feel strong, but endurance proves otherwise. Endurance also shapes legacy. Children, communities, and generations yet unborn are impacted by your decision to endure. When you persist in faith, you carve a pathway for others to follow. You become a living monument that declares, it is possible to stand, it is possible to finish the race. Your endurance is not only for you, it is for those watching and those who will come after. Do not underestimate the beauty of small endurance. You may not have parted seas or toppled giants today, but you prayed when you didn't feel like praying. You chose kindness when anger seemed easier. You stayed faithful when no one clapped. This is endurance in action, and heaven treasures it. The angels record it. The Father delights in it. Chosen one, I know endurance feels heavy. It feels like carrying weight uphill while others rest. But understand this, endurance builds capacity. Muscles grow by resistance, not ease. Faith grows by persistence, not shortcuts. Hope grows by stretching, not shrinking. You are stronger now than you realize, because endurance has enlarged your capacity to carry wealth, responsibility, and glory. The reward of endurance is not only future, it is present. Every day you persist, heaven releases new grace. Every hour you endure, your spirit grows stronger. Every step you take, you move closer to the appointed time of harvest. The process itself is shaping you into a vessel who can receive without being crushed, who can overflow without being emptied. Look to Jesus, the ultimate example. He endured the cross, despising its shame, because of the joy set before him. His endurance brought salvation to the world. He carried pain for a greater reward. You, too, endure for joy set before you, for the lives you will touch, the legacy you will build, the kingdom impact your wealth will fund. Chosen one, hold on. You may feel weary, but you are not without strength. Heaven is your strength. You may feel faint, but you are not without hope. Hope anchors you. You may feel small, but you are not insignificant. Your endurance is shaping history. The appointed time is nearer than you think. Do not let weariness rob you now. You are closer to harvest than you realize. What if your next step is the one that unlocks the floodgates? What if your next prayer is the one that tips the scales? What if your endurance today is the bridge to your millionaire breakthrough tomorrow, chosen one? Fix your eyes on the promise. Remember why you started. Recall the words spoken over your life. Let endurance be fueled not by willpower alone, but by vision of the reward awaiting you. For the one who called you is faithful, and he has not forgotten you. Soon you will reap, and the reaping will not be small. It will overflow. It will testify to every watching eye that endurance is never wasted. You will say, "If I had quit, I would have missed this. If I had fainted, I would not have seen this. Endurance carried me here, and the reward was worth every tear." Chosen one, let courage rise. The night is nearly over. The dawn is approaching. The harvest is ready. Endure a little longer, for the reward is closer than you know. Chosen one, when heaven decides to elevate you, there is no force on earth or in hell that can stop it. What God opens, no man can shut. And what he shuts, no man can pry open. This is the reality of your coming season. Doors are about to swing wide before you. Doors no hand can block. Doors so strategic that they will shift your entire life into alignment with millionaire breakthrough. The Word of God declares in the book of Revelation, chapter 3, verse 8, "See, I have placed before you an open door that no one can shut. I know that you have little strength, yet you have kept my word and have not denied my name." Chosen one, this verse describes you perfectly. You have endured with little strength, yet you never let go of God's word. And now, He sets before you doors of destiny that no opposition can close. These doors are not ordinary opportunities. They are divine appointments, timed by heaven, prepared through years of refining, pruning, stripping, and testing. When they open, they will not require manipulation, compromise, or striving. They will open because heaven has declared it so. You have been hidden, but the season of unveiling is at hand. Consider Joseph. One day he was in a prison cell, forgotten by men. The next, Pharaoh summoned him, and the door to rulership opened in a single conversation. That was a door no man could shut. Daniel also faced such doors. Cast into the lion's den, his enemies sought to end his life. Yet the very night intended for his destruction became the testimony that elevated him in the kingdom. The mouths of lions were shut, but the door to influence was wide open. Chosen one, this is your portion. The doors that are opening for you cannot be blocked by envy, betrayal, or opposition. People may conspire, but their plans will backfire. Enemies may plot, but their efforts will become platforms for your promotion. The harder they try to resist you, the more evidence heaven will create to show that you are chosen. Do not fear what looks like delay. Sometimes God keeps the door closed until you are ready to walk through it. The testing season ensured that when you step into these open doors, you will not stumble. Your heart is purified, your character refined, your motives aligned. Now you can be trusted with wealth, influence, and legacy. Chosen one, these doors represent more than personal gain. They are kingdom assignments. Through them, resources will flow not only into your life but through your life. blessing countless others. Influence will not only lift you, but empower those connected to you. Wealth will not only provide for your needs, but establish generational impact. These doors are bigger than you. They are about the unfolding of heaven's plan on earth. And here, beloved, I must pause and invite you to align fully with this moment. If this message is stirring your spirit, do not keep it hidden. Like this message as a declaration, I believe the door is opening for me. Share it, so others who are waiting in discouragement may be reminded that their door is also on the way. Subscribe, so you can remain rooted in a steady flow of prophetic encouragement that will strengthen you as you prepare to step through your open doors. Your engagement is not casual, it is covenantal. When you click like, you are planting agreement in fertile soil. When you share, you scatter seeds of hope into the lives of others who need this word. When you subscribe, you anchor yourself to ongoing reminders that will keep you steady in seasons of transition. Every action is more than digital, it is spiritual alignment. Chosen one. The doors are opening because the time has come. You have been faithful with little, now you will be entrusted with much. You have endured rejection, now you will be embraced by favor. You have walked through silence, now you will walk through sound doors of opportunity. And once you step in, no man, no system, no power can shut what God has decreed open. There will be those who marvel, saying, "How did this happen so quickly? How did this one rise from hiddenness to prominence?" And the answer will be simple: God opened the door. No resume, no connection, no manipulation, just divine favor. And because no one can claim credit for it, all glory will return to the one who chose you. Chosen one. Let this word anchor you in courage. Stop mourning the doors that closed behind you. They closed because they were never yours. Do not resent those who excluded you. They were not the gatekeepers of your destiny. Do not chase doors that slammed shut. The ones God opens will be far greater, far wider, far more aligned than anything you lost. And know this, you will not have to force your way in. The doors will open naturally, like gates swinging wide before a king. You will not have to strive, for favor will usher you forward. You will not have to beg, for provision will flow with the opening. You will simply walk through, equipped and ready, because heaven has gone before you. So lift your eyes. Chosen one, the season of closed doors is over. The season of open gates has begun. Walk with confidence. Step with boldness. For what is opening now is not ordinary, it is divine. And when you walk through, you will not only find blessing, but you will carry blessing with you for others. Hold this truth close: what God opens, no man can shut. And what He has prepared for you, no opposition can stop. The doors are here. The favor is here. The breakthrough is here. All you must do is step forward in faith. Chosen one. Mockery has been your companion for far too long. People have looked at your struggles, your delays, your wilderness seasons, and they laughed. They dismissed your vision, belittled your faith, and ridiculed your hope. Some even used your hardships as evidence that you were not chosen, whispering, if God was really with them, why would they be in this situation? But what they could not see is that mockery is often the shadow that appears just before elevation. Heaven permits it not to crush you, but to prepare a stage where your breakthrough will silence every doubter. The very mouths that mocked you will one day testify of your victory. The same voices that laughed will marvel. The scorn of yesterday will become the backdrop for tomorrow's honor. Chosen one. Mockery has been your companion for far too long. People have looked at your struggles, your delays, your wilderness seasons, and they laughed. They dismissed your vision, belittled your faith, and ridiculed your hope. Some even used your hardships as evidence that you were not chosen, whispering, if God was really with them, why would they be in this situation? What they could not see is that heaven was using their laughter as a tool of separation. Their scorn revealed who could not walk with you into destiny. Their ridicule pushed you deeper into the secret place with God. Every sneer that tried to belittle you only fertilized the soil of your growth. You may have felt alone, but you were never abandoned. The Father himself was watching, preserving, and recording every detail. And what they also fail to understand is that mockery is often the shadow that appears just before elevation. Heaven permits it not to crush you, but to prepare a stage where your breakthrough will silence every doubter. The very mouths that mocked you will one day testify of your victory. The same voices that laughed will marvel. The scorn of yesterday will become the backdrop for tomorrow's honor, as Jesus himself declared in the Gospel of Matthew, chapter 5, verse 11 through 12. Blessed are you when people insult you, persecute you, and falsely say all kinds of evil against you because of me. Rejoice and be glad, because great is your reward in heaven. Chosen one. Mockery is not a curse, it is a confirmation. It reveals that you carry a mark of heaven too heavy for the world to ignore. Think of Noah. For years, as he built the ark, people laughed. They mocked his obedience, ridiculed his faith, and questioned his sanity. Yet when the rain fell, the mockery ceased, and honor covered him. Think of Hannah, taunted by Peninnah for her barrenness. Yet when Samuel was born, the one who mocked became silent, and the one mocked was exalted. This is the pattern of the chosen: mocked first, honored next. Chosen one. The sting of mockery was real. It pierced deeper than you wanted to admit. Words carry weight, and those words cut. But what others meant for harm, heaven used for training. Their laughter hardened your resolve. Their insults deepened your dependence on God. Their rejection sharpened your focus. Mockery did not destroy you, it shaped you. Understand this: people mock what they do not understand. They mocked because they could not see the vision burning in you. They mocked because they could not perceive the anointing resting on you. They mocked because your calling threatened the comfort of their mediocrity. If you were ordinary, you would not have attracted their scorn. But because you are chosen, you became a target of their ridicule. Do not waste energy defending yourself against mockery. Do not fight to prove them wrong. Let your breakthrough speak. Let your millionaire destiny answer their laughter. For soon, you will not need to argue, your fruit will be undeniable. Those who mocked will have no choice but to acknowledge, surely the hand of God was with this one. Chosen one. Mockery is the soil of honor. Without mockery, honor carries less weight. Without laughter, vindication has less impact. The contrast is what magnifies the testimony. That is why heaven allows it, so that when your breakthrough comes, the shift is undeniable. The same mouths that laughed will spread news of your success. The same eyes that rolled will witness your rise. Remember Jesus himself. Soldiers mocked him, spat on him, crowned him with thorns. Yet The resurrection silenced every scoffer. The cross was mocked, but the empty tomb was honored. You walk in his footsteps, chosen one. If mockery marked him, it will also mark you. And just as resurrection followed him, elevation follows you. So do not be bitter toward those who mocked you. Bless them, for they unknowingly prepared your stage. They gave heaven an audience for your unveiling. Without their laughter, your rise would have been unnoticed. With their laughter, your breakthrough will be undeniable. And now, chosen one, I call you to a prophetic declaration. Comment these words below, I rise now. This short phrase carries power. By typing it, you are declaring that mockery will not define you, that insults will not hold you, that laughter will not limit you. You are rising not tomorrow, not someday, but now. When you write, I rise now, you are sealing your agreement with heaven's timing. You are proclaiming to the spiritual realm, the season of mockery is over. The season of honor has begun. It is not just a phrase, it is a declaration of faith, an act of defiance against every lie, and a testimony to every watcher. Chosen one, your honor is nearer than you think. The breakthrough forming in your life will be so visible that even those who opposed you will not be able to deny it. The crown you are stepping into will be so radiant that every insult will fade into irrelevance. The wealth and influence entrusted to you will be so impactful that the memory of laughter will turn into awe. So lift your head. Do not hang it in shame. Do not replay the words of mockery in your mind. Let them go, for heaven has already erased their power. Focus instead on the honor being prepared for you. For soon, your name will no longer be associated with ridicule, but with testimony. You will no longer be remembered for struggle, but for breakthrough. Chosen one, mockery was temporary. Honor is eternal. The laughter of men fades, but the favor of God remains forever, and that favor is upon you now. Prepare yourself. Rise in confidence, for the shift from mockery to honor is already in motion. Chosen one, your journey carries a profound resemblance to the life of Joseph, and the parallels are not coincidence. Joseph was chosen from a young age, marked by dreams of greatness that even his family could not comprehend. Yet before he ever stepped into rulership, he walked through betrayal, slavery, false accusation, and imprisonment. His path was not a straight line upward, it was a winding descent into valleys that seemed far from his destiny. But each valley was part of heaven's design, shaping him into the man who could carry authority without arrogance and abundance without corruption. The Joseph parallel speaks directly to you. For you too have been misunderstood, betrayed, stripped, and confined by circumstances that felt unfair. Yet like Joseph, you were never abandoned. God's hand has guided every step. Even when the scenery screamed otherwise, your pits were not graves, they were transitions. Your prisons were not punishments, they were classrooms. Your betrayals were not endings, they were redirections. We find in the book of Genesis, chapter 50, verse 20, you intended to harm me, but God intended it for good, to accomplish what is now being done, the saving of many lives. Joseph spoke these words to his brothers after years of pain, and they capture the essence of your story too. What others meant to harm you, heaven has repurposed for your good. What seemed like destruction has been the very soil of destiny. Chosen one, Look closely at Joseph's journey. His brothers betrayed him out of jealousy, selling him into slavery. This mirrors the rejection you have faced, often from those closest to you. Betrayal is one of the most painful wounds, because it cuts not from enemies, but from trusted ones. Yet without that betrayal, Joseph would never have reached Egypt, the land where his destiny awaited. Likewise, the betrayals you endured were not random, they were necessary escorts into the place of your breakthrough. Joseph then served in Potiphar's house, where his diligence made him successful, only to be falsely accused and thrown into prison. False accusation can feel like the deepest injustice, because it stains your name without truth. You too may have faced moments where lies were spoken about you, where people believed the worst without knowing the truth. Yet notice this even in prison. Joseph's gift made room for him. His ability to interpret dreams brought him favor with those around him. This shows us that your calling cannot be silenced by circumstance. Even in confinement, your gift shines. And then came the turning point. Pharaoh had a dream no one could interpret. Joseph, the forgotten prisoner, was suddenly remembered and summoned. In one day, he transitioned from a dungeon to a throne. Chosen one. This is the essence of the Joseph parallel: long seasons of obscurity followed by sudden shifts of destiny. Your testing has been long, your refinement intense. But when heaven declares the moment, your elevation will be swift. The beauty of Joseph's story lies also in his response. When given power, he did not use it for revenge. He used it for preservation. He forgave his brothers. He saved nations. He stewarded abundance with wisdom. This is the fruit of refinement. Had Joseph risen too soon, bitterness might have corrupted him. But because he endured the process, he was ready to wield authority for the glory of God. Chosen one. The same is being written in your life. The pits and prisons you endured were designed to purify your motives, heal your wounds, and prepare your heart. Your breakthrough is not just about you, it is about those who will be saved, blessed, and transformed through your stewardship. Your wealth will not be wasted on vanity. It will be invested into legacy. Your influence will not oppress, it will uplift. Your crown will not glorify self, it will magnify God. The Joseph parallel also reminds you that sudden shifts require readiness. Imagine if Joseph had sulked in prison, bitter and unprepared. When Pharaoh summoned him, he would have had nothing to offer. But because he remained faithful even in confinement, when the moment came, he was ready. Chosen one. This is why your faithfulness in hidden places matters. The discipline you practice today is preparing you for doors you cannot yet see. The integrity you uphold now is training you for influence that will reach far. Let us also not miss the prophetic depth of Joseph's dream about grain. In a time of famine, he managed abundance with wisdom so that many lives were sustained. This is the blueprint for your millionaire breakthrough. It is not simply about luxury, it is about stewardship. Wealth entrusted to you will feed the hungry, clothe the naked, build the future, and expand the kingdom. The famine around you will meet its end through the abundance flowing through you. Chosen one. Take courage. You are walking a path well worn by the chosen before you. If Joseph could endure pits, slavery, and prison and still rise to rulership, so can you. If he could forgive betrayal and use his breakthrough for blessing, so will you. His story is not just history, it is prophecy for your life. The same God who lifted Joseph is lifting you. The same hand that preserved him is preserving you. The same favor that remembered him will remember you. And when the day comes, and it will, you too will look into the faces of those who doubted, mocked, or betrayed you, and say, "What you meant for harm, God meant for good," not with bitterness, but with joy, not with pride, but with gratitude, because you will see that every step, even the painful ones, was necessary to bring you into your millionaire destiny. Chosen one, let the Joseph parallel anchor your soul. You are not lost, you are on course. You are not forgotten, you are hidden. You are not delayed, you are being prepared. And soon, your sudden shift will come. And when it does, your story, like Joseph's, will echo through generations as proof that the hand of God is stronger than betrayal, prison, or famine. Chosen one. Destiny is never an individual assignment alone. It is a tapestry woven with the threads of covenant partnerships. No one rises to fulfill great callings in isolation. Even the strongest chosen ones require alliances ordained by God. People who are not merely companions of convenience, but carriers of covenant. As you draw near to your millionaire breakthrough, heaven is carefully aligning such partnerships in your life, and at the same time, removing those who cannot walk this path with you. A covenant partnership is not the same as ordinary friendship. Friendships may shift with seasons, but covenant is rooted in purpose. These are individuals knit to your destiny in such a way that their growth is tied to yours. Their breakthrough linked with your breakthrough. Their endurance sharpened by your endurance. They are not intimidated by your light, but rejoice in it. They do not compete with your calling, but complement it. They are not merely supporters of your success, they are protectors of your soul. We find in the book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 4, verse 9 through 10, "Two are better than one, because they have a good return for their labor. If either of them falls down, one can help the other up." Chosen one. This verse is not casual advice, it is a divine principle. Covenant partnerships multiply impact and provide resilience in times of trial. They are a shield in warfare, a mirror in refinement, and a hand in the climb toward destiny. Consider David and Jonathan. Jonathan, though the son of Saul and rightful heir to the throne, discerned that David was chosen by God. Instead of envying, he embraced David as a brother, entering a covenant that defied family allegiance and personal ambition. Jonathan's support preserved David's life, and David's eventual reign honored Jonathan's descendants. This is the power of covenant. It transcends convenience and forges bonds that outlast circumstances. Chosen one, reflect on your journey thus far. You have endured seasons where false partnerships drained you, counterfeits distracted you, and betrayal wounded you. These painful lessons were not without purpose, they trained your discernment. You can now sense the difference between someone who clings for what they can take and someone who stays because of what they are called to give. Discernment is your safeguard in this next season. For wealth and influence will attract many voices. Only covenant voices must be allowed close. Covenant partnerships often arrive in unexpected forms. Ruth was a Moabite widow, yet her loyalty to Naomi positioned her for destiny. Barnabas, often overlooked beside Paul, was instrumental in affirming and strengthening the apostles' ministry. Chosen one, do not dismiss people based on appearances, status, or familiarity. Look instead for those whose spirit aligns with yours, whose vision resonates with yours, whose presence confirms rather than confuses. These are covenant markers. Partnership also requires humility. Many chosen ones falter because pride blinds them to their need for others. They carry the weight of destiny alone, exhausting themselves in isolation. But God never designed his chosen to function as islands. Even Moses had Aaron. Even Elijah had Elisha. Even Jesus walked with 12. To reject covenant is to reject the very structure heaven uses to multiply influence. Chosen one. The partnerships God is aligning for you are not ordinary connections. They will be kingdom builders. Individuals who see beyond personal gain into generational impact. With them, you will establish businesses, ministries, legacies that outlive you. Alone, you are strong. Together, you will be unstoppable. But understand this covenant is tested, not assumed. Jonathan proved his covenant with David by warning him of Saul's schemes. Ruth proved hers by leaving everything familiar to follow Naomi. Covenant is not words, it is action. It is loyalty in hardship, faithfulness in obscurity, courage in conflict. As your season shifts, watch not what people say, but what they do. Covenant reveals itself in action under pressure. Chosen one. Partnerships also mirror the heart. They reflect back to you areas of growth and blind spots you may not see. This is another reason heaven surrounds you with covenant people, so that iron sharpens iron. They challenge you not to settle. They confront you when pride creeps in. They encourage you when doubt rises. They are not flatterers, they are truth-tellers who care more for your soul than your image. Do not resist this sharpening. The very weight of millionaire breakthrough requires accountability. Wealth without wise counsel breeds disaster. Influence without grounded voices breeds arrogance. Covenant partners are the anchors that ensure your ship does not drift off course. They steady you when the winds of prosperity blow, and they hold you firm when storms of attack rage. There is also a mystery here often. You are someone else's covenant partner, the same way you long for those aligned with you. Someone is praying for the strength you carry. Partnership is reciprocal. You are not only receiving help, you are becoming help. You are not only sustained, you are sustaining. This humility, knowing you both need and are needed, is central to walking in covenant. Chosen one. Take comfort, the season of false alliances is ending. Heaven has seen the betrayals, the disappointments, the tears. It will not be so in your next chapter. The partnerships arriving are divine answers to those wounds. Where you were once drained, you will now be strengthened. Where you were once used, you will now be honored. Where you were once alone, you will now walk with covenant companions who share both the burden and the blessing. Prepare yourself to recognize them. Train your discernment to listen beyond words. Pray for eyes to see covenant in unlikely places. And above all, keep your heart pure, for covenant flows best through a heart not hardened by bitterness. Your millionaire breakthrough is not a solo journey, it is a symphony. And the instruments are gathering even now. Soon, you will look around and marvel at the alignment. You will see that the people heaven has planted in your life were worth the wait. You will labor together, rejoice together, weep together, and build together. And as you walk forward, the world will see not just an individual elevated, but a covenant community rising, carrying the weight of destiny in unity. Chosen one. Treasure this truth. Covenant is heaven's strategy for lasting impact. Alone, you may shine briefly. Together, you will blaze continually. And the world will not only know that you were chosen, they will see that you were never alone. Chosen one. There comes a point in your journey when the weight of testing, pruning, and refining begins to converge into a single revelation. You were not chosen merely to survive, you were chosen to reign. Every tear shed, every night endured, every season of silence has been preparation for rulership. The mantle of authority you carry is not just symbolic, it is practical, visible, and undeniable. Heaven is about to seat you in places of influence where your voice carries weight. Your decisions shape futures, and your stewardship releases abundance. Authority, however, is not something you grasp. It is something entrusted. Many strive for crowns by their own ambition, but the chosen are crowned by divine appointment. Authority comes not because you demanded it, but because you endured the process that qualified you for it. The crown is not given cheaply. It rests on the head of those who have walked through fire without bowing, through wilderness without quitting, through betrayal without bitterness. That is you. Chosen one. It was proclaimed in the second letter to Timothy. Chapter 4, verse 8. Now there is in store for me the crown of righteousness, which the Lord, the righteous judge, will award to me on that day, and not only to me, but also to all who have longed for his appearing. This scripture reveals that crowns are reserved for those who endure faithfully, those who remain loyal to the end, those who refuse to abandon their post, no matter the cost. You have walked this road, and the reward is near. Chosen one. Rulership in the kingdom is different from rulership in the world. The world chases authority for power, prestige, and control, but the chosen wear crowns to serve, to uplift, to steward. Your millionaire breakthrough is not a throne for selfish indulgence, it is a platform for kingdom impact. Your rulership is about channeling resources to the broken, lifting voices of the silenced, and building structures that outlast you. Think again of Joseph. His authority was not displayed in luxury, but in stewardship. He used his position to feed nations, preserve generations, and fulfill prophecy. Likewise, your rulership will not be measured by what you consume, but by what you release. The crown on your head is not for decoration, it is for responsibility. You are entrusted to carry abundance without arrogance, to wield influence without oppression, and to reign with both humility and power. Rulership also demands wisdom. This is why your testing has been so intense, because authority without wisdom destroys. You were allowed to taste betrayal, so you would learn discernment. You were permitted to endure loss, so you would value true wealth. You were tested in silence, so you would learn to hear God's whisper. Now, as authority rests on you, you will not be reckless, because you understand the cost of every decision. Chosen one. Do not shrink from rulership. Too often, chosen ones disqualify themselves, believing the crown is too heavy or the calling too great. But hear this, the very fact that you have survived the process is proof that you are ready. The crown fits you, not because you are flawless, but because you are faithful, not because you are perfect, but because you are proven. Heaven would not entrust this mantle to you if you were not prepared to carry it. This moment also marks a generational shift. Your crown is not just for you, it breaks cycles for your family line. Poverty, shame, rejection, and limitation end with you. The authority you carry establishes a new pattern: abundance, honor, influence, and legacy. Children and grandchildren will rise under the shelter of your rulership, walking paths of favor you carved through your obedience. And now, chosen one, I invite you to seal this revelation with a prophetic act. Comment below 111. Why this number? Because it represents divine alignment, unity with God's purpose, and the beginning of a new order. By typing 111, you are declaring, I step into rulership. I embrace my crown. I align myself fully with heaven's plan. This is not superstition, it is declaration. It is your way of saying, I will no longer shrink. I will no longer doubt. I receive what heaven has prepared for me. When you write 111, you mark this day in the Spirit as the day you embraced rulership. It is both a testimony and a turning point. Chosen one. Crowns are not given lightly, and they are not worn carelessly. Carry yours with reverence. Walk with dignity. Speak with authority. Move with purpose. For everywhere you go, your crown announces to the world and to the unseen realm alike, this one has been tested. This one has been proven. This one reigns with heaven's authority. And soon, others will recognize what heaven already knows. They will see your abundance and call it favor. They will hear your wisdom and call it divine. They will witness your impact and call it destiny. And you will testify. This crown is not mine alone. It is evidence that God keeps his promises to those who endure. So, rise. Chosen one, straighten your shoulders. Lift your head. Wear the crown without fear. For rulership has come, and with it, the release of your millionaire breakthrough. Chosen one. Your journey has not only been about endurance, it has been about preparation for demonstration. Heaven has refined you, not so that you may quietly carry abundance, but so that your very life becomes a testimony of God's power. The breakthrough you are about to walk into will not be subtle, it will be undeniable, visible even to those who never believed in you. And when it manifests, it will be so overwhelming that no one will be able to explain it away as coincidence. The ancient words recorded in Isaiah, chapter 61, verse 7, instead of your shame you will receive a double portion, and instead of disgrace you will rejoice in your inheritance. And so you will inherit a double portion in your land, and everlasting joy will be yours. Chosen one, this is your prophetic portion. Where you were once ridiculed, you will be honored. Where you were once empty, you will overflow. Where you carried disgrace, you will walk in dignity. The double portion is not poetic, it is literal. Your millionaire breakthrough is not just for comfort, it is for demonstration. It will show the world that the God you serve is alive, faithful, and powerful. Your testimony will become evidence to others that if God did it for you, he can do it for them. This is why your trials were public, so that your victory will also be public. Heaven is about to make an open display of favor on your life. But with demonstration comes responsibility. The world is watching you. Every decision, every word, Every action will shine either as light or cast as shadow. This is why you were tested so deeply, because heaven knew your life would become a stage. Your wealth, your influence, your rulership will not be hidden. It will be seen, and when it is seen, it must glorify God. Chosen one, there will be those who marvel at your elevation, asking, "How did this happen?" And your answer will not be, "I worked harder," or "I was smarter," but rather, "God refined me. God lifted me. God provided for me." Your life will point upward. This is the essence of demonstration blessing, so undeniable that it shifts attention from self to the source. Think of Solomon. When he asked for wisdom instead of wealth, God not only gave him wisdom, but also riches and honor beyond compare. His demonstration of abundance was so visible that rulers from distant lands traveled to witness it. Likewise, your life will draw eyes, not for vanity, but for testimony. People will be compelled to ask about your God because they cannot deny His hand upon you. Chosen one, embrace this responsibility with humility. Do not shrink, but also do not boast. Walk in quiet confidence, letting your actions speak louder than words. Use your resources to lift others, not merely yourself. Let your crown reflect service, not selfishness. In this way, your demonstration will not only silence doubters, but inspire generations. And here I must pause to invite you into active agreement. If this word is stirring your spirit, do not leave it unsealed. Like this message as a prophetic act, declaring that you are ready to become a visible demonstration of God's faithfulness. Share it, so that others may catch hold of the truth that their story is also being written for glory. Subscribe, so you remain anchored in the flow of these messages, strengthening your spirit as the day of demonstration draws near. These actions may feel small, but they carry weight. By liking, you are saying, "Lord, I agree with this word for my life." By sharing, you scatter seeds of encouragement into the lives of those who are weary. By subscribing, you connect yourself continually to a stream of prophetic reminders that guard your focus and sharpen your discernment. These are not casual gestures, they are declarations of alignment. Chosen one, your demonstration will not be limited to finances. Yes, wealth will flow. Yes, opportunities will abound. But the greater testimony will be your peace, your joy, your wisdom, your endurance. Others will see not just your bank account, but your character. They will notice that while many crumble under pressure, you remain unshaken. While others chase applause, you chase obedience. While others grasp for power, you serve with humility. This is what makes your demonstration distinct. It is both material and spiritual. The enemy is aware of what's coming, which is why he tried so hard to crush you before this moment. He knew that if you ever made it to demonstration, your impact would multiply. He sought to silence you with shame, distract you with counterfeits, exhaust you with trials. Yet here you stand, proven and prepared. His schemes failed, and now, the very breakthrough he tried to prevent will become the weapon that dismantles his lies. Chosen one, soon you will walk into rooms you once only dreamed of. You will handle resources you once thought impossible. You will sign contracts, build structures, launch initiatives, and establish legacies that will shape the future. And as you do, Your life will not whisper, it will declare. It will demonstrate to every eye, both seen and unseen, that the hand of God rests on his chosen ones. So lift your head, beloved. Do not be timid about the abundance coming your way. Wear it with grace, steward it with wisdom, and display it with humility. For your life has always been about more than survival. It has been about demonstration, and that season has arrived. Chosen one, there comes a season where silence is no longer enough, where the testimony of your life must not only be seen but spoken. You are stepping into a prophetic moment where your voice carries weight, not just for yourself, but for others. Words are not casual in this season, they are declarations, weapons, and keys. The same God who spoke light into darkness has placed his word in your mouth, and now he calls you to speak with authority. The word of God declares in the book of Proverbs, chapter 18, verse 21, "The tongue has the power of life and death, and those who love it will eat its fruit." Chosen one, do not underestimate the authority of your words. Every declaration you make in alignment with heaven plants seeds in the unseen realm. Every time you speak life, you invite breakthrough. Every time you speak death, you delay it. This is why the refining process was not only to purify your heart, but also to sanctify your tongue. You have known seasons where your words were filled with despair, where your lips echoed the pain of your heart. Heaven did not condemn you for it, but it did not allow you to stay there. Through trials, God has trained your tongue. He has shifted your vocabulary from survival to victory, from lack to abundance, from fear to faith. Now, when you speak, it carries the authority of one who has endured and been proven. Chosen one, realize this. Your millionaire breakthrough is tied to your mouth as much as your hands. Yes, you will work. Yes, you will sow. But you must also declare. What you decree with faith becomes established in the atmosphere around you. The enemy fears your words because he knows they carry creative power. That is why he tried to silence you with shame, to convince you your voice didn't matter, to make you withdraw in silence. But you endured, and now your words will resound like thunder. Consider Ezekiel in the valley of dry bones. God did not tell him to analyze the bones or weep over them. He told him to prophesy. As Ezekiel spoke, breath entered the bones, and an army rose. Likewise, chosen one, you are standing before situations that look lifeless. They are not waiting for your analysis, they are waiting for your prophecy. They are waiting for you to speak, to declare life where there is death, abundance where there is lack, victory where there is defeat. This is why your declarations matter. Speak not as one uncertain, but as one aligned. Speak not timidly, but boldly. Declare, I am chosen, I am crowned, I am prepared, I am ready. Let these words flow not only in prayer, but in daily life. For what you continually declare, you will eventually walk in. Chosen one, do not forget that silence can also be powerful. But silence has its place. In seasons of warfare, silence protected you. It prevented you from speaking curses over yourself. It preserved you when your emotions raged. But now, the season has shifted. Silence must give way to speech. This is not the time to hide your faith. This is the time to proclaim it. Think of Joshua and the walls of Jericho. For 6 days, Israel marched in silence. But on the 7th, they were commanded to shout. That shout was the trigger that brought the walls crashing down. You have marched in silence long enough. The shout is upon you. The walls around your millionaire inheritance will crumble, not only because of what you endured, but because of what you declare. So here, chosen one, I invite you into a prophetic act. Type in the comments, I speak life. These 3 words are more than a phrase. They are a proclamation. A refusal to let negativity dictate your future. A declaration that your tongue will align with heaven. When you write, I speak life, you are sealing your choice to release words of faith, hope, and destiny over yourself and those connected to you. Do not underestimate this act. Every agreement matters. Every declaration shifts atmosphere. When you type it, heaven records it. When you declare it, the unseen realm hears it. And the more you repeat it, the more your spirit begins to embody it. This is how chosen ones turn their trials into testimonies, not just by surviving, but by declaring life until breakthrough manifests. Chosen one, your words are not random sounds. They are swords. They are seeds. They are sparks that ignite fire in dark places. They can open doors no man can close. And they can silence enemies that rise against you. Do not let another day pass where your tongue agrees with defeat. Speak life, and watch as life manifests. Remember this, your millionaire destiny is not simply about money, it is about legacy. And legacy is carried not just in what you leave behind physically, but in the words you spoke that shaped futures. Children, communities, generations will echo phrases you spoke in faith. They will stand on declarations you made in seasons of wilderness. They will harvest fruit from seeds you planted with your tongue. So, speak boldly. Prophesy over your own life. Proclaim over your household. Declare over your business, your work, your health, your future. Fill your atmosphere with life until every corner vibrates with the resonance of heaven. For this is how chosen ones reign, not just with crowns on their heads, but with words in their mouths that align earth with heaven. Soon, you will see the evidence. Doors will open that your words unlocked. Opportunities will flow that your tongue summoned. Favor will follow the trail of your declarations. And when you look back, you will say, it was not only my endurance that brought me here, it was my words. So, chosen one, lift your voice. Refuse silence. Declare boldly. For the time of speaking, life has come, and the world will soon witness the fruit of your tongue. Chosen one, every destiny is tested by fire, and every crown is proven in the furnace of resistance. You have walked through seasons where darkness rose, not because you were weak, but because you were dangerous to the enemy's plans. Warfare is not a sign that you are failing, it is confirmation that you are advancing. The battles you fought were not meaningless attacks, they were strategic confrontations designed to test the strength of your faith and the sharpness of your discernment. Spiritual warfare is not a metaphor. It is the unseen reality behind the visible world. For every delay you endured, there was a spirit of resistance working to hold back your promise. For every betrayal you suffered, there was a demonic scheme to discourage you from continuing. For every loss that shook you, there was an enemy's hand hoping you would abandon your calling. Yet through it all, you are still standing. That alone is evidence of victory. The Apostle Paul reminds us in the letter to the Ephesians, chapter 6, verse 12, "For our struggle is not against flesh and blood, but against the rulers, against the authorities, against the powers of this dark world, and against the spiritual forces of evil in the heavenly realms." Chosen one, this truth must guide your perspective. People were never your true enemies. Systems, voices, and circumstances may have seemed like opponents, but behind them were spiritual forces attempting to derail destiny. Recognizing this truth saves you from bitterness and anchors you in battle. Chosen one, notice the timing of your warfare. It always seemed to intensify right before breakthrough. Every time you were near a turning point, resistance rose sharply. That was no coincidence. The enemy cannot see the full plan of God, but he senses when a shift is near. That is why the pressure grew unbearable in certain seasons. It was the last desperate attempt to block your advancement. But pressure is always the proof of proximity. The darker the night, the closer the dawn. Your warfare also revealed the weapons you carry. You discovered that prayer was not just ritual, but warfare. You learned that worship was not just a song, but a sword. You found that the Word of God was not just text, but a weapon sharper than any double-edged blade. Every time you prayed through tears, you launched arrows into the unseen. Every time you lifted worship in pain, you shook the foundations of darkness. Every time you declared Scripture aloud, you built walls of fire around your destiny. Chosen one, warfare also exposed your resilience. The enemy tried to overwhelm you with fear, yet you kept moving. He tried to silence you with shame, yet you lifted your voice. He tried to cripple you with discouragement, yet you stood tall. Do you realize the strength it takes to keep pressing forward when everything pushes against you? Heaven knows. And that strength is why the crown rests upon you now. Spiritual warfare often comes with cycles, and you have learned to recognize them. Patterns of attack repeated, but each time you grew wiser. What once shook you now barely touches you. What once drained you now strengthens you. That is evidence of maturity. The same enemy who once terrified you now trembles when you rise in prayer, because he knows you have discovered your authority. Chosen one, the warfare you endured also trained you to lead. Millionaire destiny is not simply about receiving wealth. It is about becoming a steward of influence in a contested world. Resources attract resistance, and influence attracts envy. Without the training of warfare, you would crumble under the pressure of abundance. But now, because you have fought and prevailed, you can carry wealth without fear, lead with clarity, and resist attacks with discernment. Think again of David. Before he ruled, he faced lions, bears, and Goliath. Each battle prepared him for greater responsibility. Without the lion and the bear, he would not have had courage for Goliath. Without Goliath, he would not have had credibility for the throne. The progression of warfare was strategic, and it is the same for you. Each battle you endured was preparation for rulership. Chosen one, warfare also brings revelation. In your lowest moments, you encountered God more deeply. You discovered His faithfulness, His nearness, His power. Without the battle, you might never have known Him as deliverer, as shield, as defender. Your warfare introduced you to dimensions of His character that peace could never reveal. That intimacy is the treasure hidden within the trials. And now, as you look forward, know this warfare will not end with breakthrough. Authority attracts opposition, but the difference is this: now you are equipped. You are no longer a soldier stumbling in training. You are a warrior seasoned in battle. You know how to fight, how to stand, how to wield your weapons. The enemy may still roar, but you no longer tremble, because you know the roar is empty when the Lion of Judah is on your side. Chosen one, do not despise the battles you faced. They did not disqualify you, they verified you. They proved to heaven and to hell alike that you are chosen, unshakable and unstoppable. The warfare that once seemed endless will one day be the testimony that crowns your story. You will say, I fought, I endured, I overcame, and I inherited. So walk boldly, lift your head, wear your scars with honor. They are not signs of weakness, they are medals of victory. Every attack that failed to break you only built you. Every scheme that fell apart only proved your calling. Every battle you survived only confirmed your crown. Chosen one, you are a warrior of destiny. You are not fragile, you are fortified. You are not defeated, you are victorious. And as you step into millionaire breakthrough, you will carry not only wealth, but the authority of one who has fought and prevailed. And nothing in the unseen realm can deny it. Chosen one, as you draw nearer to the fullness of your millionaire breakthrough, it becomes essential to understand the deeper layer of your assignment legacy. Abundance is never just about you. Wealth is never solely for comfort. The mantle you carry is generational, designed to ripple beyond your lifetime into the future of those who will never meet you, but will live under the shade of the trees you plant today. Legacy is the true measure of rulership. The Word of God declares in the book of Proverbs, chapter 13, verse 22, a good person leaves an inheritance for their children's children, but a sinner's wealth is stored up for the righteous. Chosen one. This scripture reminds you that your destiny is not limited to what you accumulate, but is revealed in what you leave behind. The inheritance of the chosen is not just money, it is wisdom, faith, structures, and spiritual covering. Legacy requires vision. Without vision, wealth dissipates within a single generation. Without vision, crowns tarnish quickly. But with vision, what begins with you becomes a foundation for many after you. Your breakthrough, your rulership, your abundance must be harnessed with the question, what will endure beyond me? The answer to this question will shape how you build, how you steward, and how you release. Chosen one. Legacy begins with identity. The moment you embrace who you are as God's chosen, you shift the trajectory of your bloodline. Cycles of poverty, shame, and limitation are broken because you refuse to bow to them. You are not merely living for yourself, you are rewriting history for your descendants. Your endurance becomes their inheritance. Your obedience becomes their shield. Your faith becomes their launching pad. This is why the battles you fought were so intense. They were not only about you, they were about the generations that will rise because you refuse to quit. Legacy also requires intentionality. It does not happen by accident. It is built with deliberate choices. Every seed you sow, every principle you uphold, every habit you form creates patterns that echo beyond your years. If you sow generosity, generations will live under the flow of generosity. If you sow wisdom, generations will rise with clarity. If you sow faith, generations will carry unshakable confidence in God. Your legacy is not just what you write in wills, it is what you imprint on souls. Think of Abraham. His legacy was not only the land he possessed, but the covenant he carried. He believed God, and it was credited to him as righteousness. His faith became the template for countless descendants who walked after him. Or consider David. His wealth built the foundation for Solomon's temple, but his deeper legacy was worship. He left behind songs, prayers, and psalms that still echo in hearts centuries later. Your legacy will likewise be both tangible and intangible, both financial and spiritual. Chosen one. Legacy also requires structure. It is not enough to gather wealth, you must steward it wisely. This means building systems, creating order, establishing foundations that ensure your abundance does not vanish. Joseph understood this principle. In years of abundance, he stored grain with strategy, ensuring that in famine, nations survived. Your legacy requires Joseph-level wisdom, storing, planning, and multiplying so that what you receive is not consumed in one lifetime. But legacy is not just preservation, it is multiplication. The parable of the talents reminds us that what is entrusted must grow. A legacy that does not multiply stagnates. This is why your millionaire breakthrough is not merely about security, it is about expansion. Businesses, initiatives, communities, and movements birthed from your obedience will multiply long after you are gone. Legacy is not static, it is dynamic, growing like a tree whose branches stretch wider with each generation. Chosen one. Legacy also means impartation. You cannot carry everything into the future yourself. You must pour into others. Mentorship, teaching, discipling, these are forms of legacy. Your words, your example, your presence will shape those who walk after you. Even those outside your bloodline will drink from the wells you dug. This is the mark of true rulership, leaving behind not only wealth but wisdom, not only crowns but callings, not only influence but impact. And understand this legacy is warfare. The enemy fights not only to steal your present, but to sabotage your future generations. This is why you faced such battles. The resistance you endured was aimed at silencing not just your voice, but the voices of those who would come after you. But your endurance has broken that cycle. By rising, you have ensured that your children and their children will not start where you started, they will start where you finish. Chosen one. Legacy also demands perspective. You must think beyond the temporary applause of the world and focus on eternal impact. What you build may or may not be celebrated immediately, but its fruit will testify long after you are gone. Legacy is not about recognition, it is about continuation. It is about building something that carries the fragrance of eternity, something that outlasts time itself. Let this truth steady you. You are a builder of bridges. You are connecting the past struggles of your family line with the future glory of your descendants. You are the hinge on which history swings. Before you, patterns of lack and limitation dominated. After you, patterns of abundance and favor will flow. You are the turning point. You are the evidence that God interrupts bloodlines to raise chosen ones who shift everything. And one day, generations will speak your name with gratitude. They will not remember the tears you cried, the betrayals you endured, or the nights you fought alone. They will remember that because you endured, they inherited freedom. Because you refused to quit, they inherited wealth. Because you obeyed, they inherited purpose. That is legacy, unseen struggles producing visible blessings for those who come after. Chosen one. Begin even now to think in legacy terms. When you plan, plan with future eyes. When you sow, sow with generational faith. When you build, build with eternal foundations. You are not merely making moves for yourself, you are shaping history for those who will never meet you. That is the true weight of your millionaire breakthrough. Legacy requires courage, because it asks you to sacrifice momentary comfort for enduring impact. It asks you to live not just for applause today, but for fruit tomorrow. But this is who you are. You are not ordinary. You are chosen. And chosen ones do not merely live, they leave. They leave faith. They leave wisdom. They leave abundance. They leave testimonies that ripple through eternity. So, chosen one, embrace this mantle with reverence. Wear your crown not only for today's glory, but for tomorrow's story. Let your life be written in such a way that when the book of your legacy is read, it testifies, this one was chosen, this one was faithful, this one built a foundation that will never crumble. And when your journey is complete, when you have walked your course faithfully, your legacy will still speak. Long after your voice is silenced, your impact will echo. That is the power of legacy. That is the destiny of the chosen one. When you look back on your journey, it may appear as a series of broken fragments, seasons of loss, betrayal, rejection, silence, and pain. Yet heaven never saw it as chaos. Heaven saw a masterpiece in progress. Every piece that felt shattered was being arranged into a mosaic of destiny. Each fragment positioned with precision to form a picture greater than the sum of its parts. What seemed wasted was woven. What seemed random was orchestrated. What seemed lost was transformed into foundation. The prophet Jeremiah spoke this truth over Israel, and it resounds over you now in the book of Jeremiah. Chapter 29, verse 11, For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord. Plans to prosper you and not to harm you. Plans to give you hope and a future. Chosen one. This verse is not theory, it is testimony. It declares that even when your life looked like ruin, heaven held a blueprint of prosperity, hope, and future. Think of the potter and the clay. The clay does not understand why it is pressed, spun, or reshaped. It feels the pressure, but does not perceive the purpose. Yet in the potter's hand, the pressure is never wasted. Every press forms shape. Every spin creates balance. Every fire strengthens. Likewise, your life has been shaped by the master potter. The pressures, spins, and flames were never punishment. They were preparation for the vessel you were always destined to become. Chosen one. Every tear you cried was collected. Every prayer you whispered was recorded. Every act of obedience you gave in silence was honored. Nothing was wasted. Even the detours, the mistakes, the regrets you carry. Heaven has folded them into the design. What the enemy meant for destruction, God rerouted for destiny. The years you thought were wasted will become the very years that give your testimony weight. Your story is not one of tragedy, but of transformation. It is the story of one who endured the stripping of false supports, the pruning of unhealthy attachments, the fire of refining trials, and the silence of lonely nights, only to rise stronger, purer, and crowned with purpose. These chapters of pain were not side notes, they were central. They proved your faith, shaped your resilience, and anchored your soul in God. Chosen one. Understand, this testimony is power. The crown you wear is not only wealth, it is story. It is narrative. It is the undeniable evidence that God lifts, restores, and establishes those who trust Him. Your story will speak to others in ways polished sermons never can. It will reach hearts that logic cannot touch, because lived experience carries authority. This is why heaven allowed the wilderness, so that when you stand in breakthrough, your words carry fire. Your scars are not shameful. They are sacred. They testify of battles survived, lessons learned, faith proven. Do not hide them. Show them. For they are proof that the enemy did not win. Like Thomas touching the wounds of Jesus, others will see your scars and believe. They will realize that survival is possible, that endurance leads to reward, that pain can produce purpose. Chosen one. Reflect on the transformation within you. You are not who you were at the beginning of this journey. The person who doubted easily, who bent under pressure, who feared rejection, that person no longer exists. In their place stands a warrior, a steward, a ruler marked by fire, yet not consumed. Your journey has not only changed your circumstances, it has changed you. And that change is the true treasure of your story. Even your waiting was purposeful. Waiting taught you patience, humility, and trust. Waiting stripped away your reliance on instant gratification and trained you to rely on eternal timing. While you felt stuck, heaven was building unseen structures, aligning unseen connections, and preparing unseen doors. Now that you are stepping into breakthrough, you can see what waiting accomplished. It rooted you deeply so that success will not uproot you. Chosen one. Your story also carries generational weight. Others in your family may not have endured as you did. Some gave up under pressure, bowed under temptation, or settled in mediocrity. But you pressed forward, and because of that, your story has shifted the narrative. Where once there was a legacy of lack, there will now be a legacy of abundance. Where once there was silence, there will now be testimony. Where once there was despair, there will now be hope. Do not underestimate the impact of your story. What you endured in private will encourage countless in public. The battles you fought in silence will empower others who think they are alone. The victories you now walk in will inspire those who doubt their own worth. This is the ripple effect of testimony. It multiplies beyond you. And one day, when you tell your story from a place of abundance, you will see the divine symmetry. You will realize that not one moment was wasted. You will thank God for the pruning, the refining, the wrestling, the silence, because without them, you would not carry the authority, wisdom, and resilience you now embody. Chosen one. Your testimony is not just survival, it is triumph. It is the echo of heaven's faithfulness, the proof of divine purpose, the evidence of unshakable destiny. Wear it boldly, speak it freely, let it resound. For your story is the bridge that will carry others into their own breakthrough. Chosen one, you have come to the closing chapter of this season, and the weight of everything you have walked through now gathers into a single truth. You were never abandoned, you were never overlooked, and you were never unworthy. Every trial, every fire, every loss was permitted not to destroy you, but to transform you. And now you stand at the threshold of fulfillment, carrying a crown that is not ornamental, but earned through endurance. Chosen one, you have come to the closing chapter of this season, and the weight of everything you have walked through now gathers into a single truth. You were never abandoned, you were never overlooked, and you were never unworthy. Every trial, every fire, every loss was permitted not to destroy you, but to transform you. And now you stand at the threshold of fulfillment, carrying a crown that is not ornamental, but earned through endurance. There were moments when you doubted even your own worth, when voices around you whispered that you were forgotten, when silence from heaven felt unbearable. Yet all along, the unseen hand of God was guiding your steps, even when you could not perceive it. Each disappointment redirected you, each closed door protected you, and each season of waiting shaped you for this very moment. Nothing in your story has been wasted. Chosen one, what you carry now is not shallow victory. It is the depth of character forged in fire, the clarity of vision sharpened in wilderness, and the unshakable faith that comes only from wrestling with darkness and still choosing light. Your crown is more than metal and jewels. It is testimony. It declares to every realm, seen and unseen, that you endured what others could not, and you emerged as one refined, not broken. So lift your head with reverence, not arrogance. Walk forward with boldness, not fear. This crown is not a burden, it is a mantle. It rests upon you because heaven judged you faithful, resilient, and ready. Let this truth settle in your spirit. You are exactly where you are meant to be, and the future ahead of you will reveal the fullness of why you had to endure so much to arrive here. The ancient voice speaks through the book of Revelation, chapter 2, verse 10, "Be faithful, even to the point of death, and I will give you life as your victor's crown." Chosen one, this is your promise. Your faithfulness has been tested to the edge, yet you did not quit. You have been faithful in seasons of silence, faithful in seasons of fire, faithful even when faith itself felt impossible. And because of that, the crown of life is yours, not just in eternity, but as a living testimony here and now. Reflect on the road you traveled. You endured rejection that cut like a blade, yet it refined your identity. You endured betrayal that broke your trust, yet it sharpened your discernment. You endured silence that felt unbearable, yet it deepened your intimacy with God. You endured battles that nearly crushed you, yet they revealed your resilience. These were not wasted moments, they were sacred, each one chiseling you into a vessel worthy of carrying authority. Chosen one, breakthrough is not simply an event, it is a culmination. It is the point where every fragment of your journey converges into clarity. What once felt like scattered pieces now align as a mosaic of purpose. You see that the wilderness taught you endurance. The pruning taught you focus. The fire taught you purity. The silence taught you trust. And the warfare taught you authority. Together, they formed a foundation unshakable by storm. Your millionaire destiny is not just the reward, it is the responsibility. You are called to carry abundance, not as treasure for yourself, but as tools for transformation. Wealth will flow, but it is not merely for luxury, it is for legacy. Influence will increase, but it is not merely for recognition, it is for impact. Authority will rest on you, but it is not merely for power, it is for stewardship. The crown you wear is not about dominance, it is about service. Chosen one, you are stepping into a season where your very life becomes testimony. Those who once doubted will marvel. Those who once mocked will fall silent. Those who once opposed will acknowledge the undeniable hand of God upon you, not because you sought vengeance, but because you allowed God to vindicate you. Honor is the portion of the faithful, and you are about to taste its fullness. This is not the end of your journey, but the beginning of a new chapter. Testing has prepared you for ruling. Refining has prepared you for responsibility. Pain has prepared you for purpose. Now, you walk not as one begging for scraps, but as one entrusted with inheritance. You are no longer merely surviving, you are reigning. Chosen one. Remember always that crowns are not worn in isolation. Your victory is not yours alone. Generations after you will rise in freedom because you chose obedience. Communities will be transformed because you chose faithfulness. Nations will feel ripples of impact because you chose to endure. The crown on your head carries blessings for countless lives beyond your own. Do not let fear shrink you in this season. Fear whispers that the crown is too heavy, that the responsibility is too great. But heaven chose you precisely because you are capable, not capable by your own strength, but capable because His strength flows through you. The same God who carried you through wilderness will sustain you in abundance. The same Spirit who comforted you in silence will guide you in rulership. The same power that preserved you in fire will protect you in breakthrough. Chosen one, as this chapter closes, let gratitude fill your heart. Thank God for the valleys as much as the mountains, for the losses as much as the gains, for the nights as much as the dawns. Every moment played its role in shaping you. Every step, even the painful ones, led you here. Gratitude turns your crown from weight to worship, reminding you always that this destiny was not earned by striving but granted by grace. And when you walk forward from here, walk boldly, not timidly, not apologetically, but with the steady stride of one who knows they are chosen. Wear your crown with humility but without hesitation. Speak with authority but with compassion. Lead with strength but with tenderness. For the world does not only need wealthy rulers, it needs chosen ones, crowned with integrity, faith, and vision. Chosen one, let this be your declaration. The test is complete. The crown is secure. The breakthrough is here. You are not who you were. You are who you were always meant to be. Chosen one. Before we close this sacred journey, I want you to pause and recognize what you have just walked through. 30 sections of truth, revelation, and prophetic alignment have poured into your spirit. This was not entertainment. This was not coincidence. This was divine encounter. Every line carried a weight designed to remind you of your identity, your destiny, and the crown waiting on your head. You have been refined like gold in fire. You have walked through valleys that could have swallowed you, storms that could have broken you, silences that could have crushed you. And yet you are still here. You endured. You listened. You received. That in itself is proof that you are not ordinary. You are chosen. But hear me clearly. This journey does not end here. A crown is not given only to be admired, it is given to be worn. A destiny is not revealed only to inspire, it is revealed to be lived. And the breakthrough that has been spoken over your life will manifest more fully as you stay aligned, obedient, and anchored in community. That is why I invite you now to engage actively. Like this message as your prophetic act of agreement, declaring that you believe every word spoken and you embrace it as your portion. Do not scroll past lightly. Plant this action like a seed, saying to heaven, I agree, I receive, I am ready. Share this message with someone else. You have no idea whose spirit may be hanging by a thread, waiting for a word that will keep them standing one more day. By sharing, you become the vessel heaven uses to reach them. Your obedience in pressing a button may be the very spark that reignites hope in another soul. Comment below with your declaration of faith. Write words that align with what heaven has spoken into your spirit. Words like, I receive my crown, or my breakthrough is here. This is more than typing letters. It is sealing your faith in public, marking your agreement in both the natural and the spiritual. When you comment, you are not only speaking over yourself, you are joining your voice with countless others, declaring victory together. And finally, subscribe so that you remain connected to this stream of anointing. Do not wander away into silence again. Stay close to the well that refreshes your soul. Each message released is not just content, it is nourishment, direction, and confirmation. Subscribing is your way of saying, I will not walk this path alone. I choose to stay connected, strengthened, and aligned. Chosen one, your crown is real. Your destiny is undeniable. Your millionaire breakthrough is closer than your breath. You are not here by chance, you were called, refined, and positioned for such a time as this. Let your actions now reflect your faith. Like, share, comment, subscribe. These are not empty gestures, they are prophetic acts. This is your moment to declare to the world and to the unseen realm alike, I am chosen, I am ready, I will walk in my crown.